To Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently June 16th. Jumping into things here. Obviously, you have on SPY a massive gap up, closing at 596.93, gapping up to 600.87 above prior day low. Very bullish market gap up. The question is it going to hold this price action? Certainly looks as if it will. If we simply remove some of these indicators just to clean up the charts, what I'm looking for today on SPY, just drop that parallel channel down, I'm looking for a potential test of that gap fill 603. The big level that SPY needs to get back above is this upsloping trend line. That was your wedge pattern that SPY was chopping in on the hourly chart. You can see this trend line over here. We have not officially tagged it yet, but that would put SPY, it is a rising trend line, so if we were to gap up and push within the first hour, you're looking at a target of around 602 upside on SPY, where there would be massive resistance. That would align with this little pivot high. Okay. So initial hourly chart resistance for the first hour of trading on SPY is 602. 602 is my upside target before we could potentially run into some sell side pressure. Obviously, gap ups are very notorious and difficult to chase on the long side. They have a high statistical probability of falling lower off of the open after you see some profit taking. But a couple things I want to point out is you're back above this neckline. So this was your little head and shoulders neckline. Let's just actually go to a smaller term time frame. SPY triggered that 15-minute head and shoulders. And now you've basically gone back above that neckline. So we had an attempt at getting back above the neckline on Friday, right around this vicinity, and obviously we got sold right back down to the lows. But SPY has now traded back above that neckline for a second time. And I do think that there's a strong probability that this little neckline should be a decent level of support if we were to sell off. Obviously, if you break back below that key neckline, then it leaves the possibility of heading back down to this 596 and potentially testing this lows, because we're in a scenario now where SPY is in this bit of a distribution phase before I believe it wants to take its next leg higher. And what I mean by that is you have your high pivot here, a lower high, then you have a low pivot here, a lower low, a lower low. So SPY is in a series of making lower highs for the short term and lower lows. That signifies a bit of a downtrend. So obviously it's just an hourly chart downtrend and nothing too major, but it is something that we have to pay attention to in the short term as we are looking for opportunities to trade. So realistically, I'm not looking to short SPY up until about 602 within the first hour. If we start trading sideways, then realistically it looks like we're going to push for that 603.24 gap fill. Okay, so if SPY touches 602 within the first hour, I'll look to potentially fade that move back down. But if it doesn't, then we'll just have to see in what type of pattern we get. If we were to fall off the open, I would look for a 599 pierce long, so a 600 pierce around this 599.70 for an aggressive long trade. Okay, there is some support there. And good morning to you all. Good morning. So obviously what's really helping here is the fact that crude oil is taking a breather. That's down a couple percent on the session, just digesting some of its gains. Crude oil right now testing that wide range red bar breakdown zone. This is where you had that massive impulse move to the downside, so it's a pretty important level in my opinion. Natural gas breaking out to the upside here. Nice little gap up on natural gas. This is just still stuck in a range. It is trying to break this wedge pattern, but arguably you have another wedge pattern high over here, and you can see it got rejected off of that zone. So the wedge is just getting a little bit bigger and bigger, but needless to say, natural gas still just stuck in the sideways range wedge pattern. look at gold. Gold's still pushing higher, but taking a bit of a consolidation day, down about 0.6% on the daily chart. This is still a fantastic looking chart for gold. Whether you draw a neckline from this zone or if you draw it from this zone, you can clearly see you have broken out. Bulls will be looking to, aggressive bulls on gold will be looking to buy the 33.86 level, trying to defend this high pivot consolidation range and this inverse head and shoulders neckline. Let's look at small caps today. So small caps obviously got wrecked on Friday, leading the chart to the downside, and now a nice little gap up. So you're still inside bar trading from that bearish candle close, but it's a nice gap up for small caps. You can clearly see it was hitting some support on the daily chart with this previous little consolidation range. You filled a nice key technical gap to the downside on the IWM after this massive move. So a lot of these people that got bulled up and chased this move got sold into pretty quickly, just as fast as it went up. It came down even faster. But now there's a lot of long liquidity trapped in here. So I think market makers could potentially chop it sideways for a little bit to try to, again, get more people to chase long, some people to short, so on and so forth. But for the time being, small caps are holding this interesting range here on the daily chart. There is a lot of resistance at this 213 pivot, even this larger term channel that we've been chopping in, which is what we rejected on a few days back here on the IWM around Wednesday. But very interesting level for IWM. We have a whole host of important data this week, guys, so we need to be mindful that there's going to be a lot of volatility, in my opinion. If we just simply look at what's happening in the economic calendar, today we have, well, that came in already, the Empire State Manufacturing, but tomorrow we have retail sales, which is a little bit of a market mover around 8:30. Then we have housing starts on Wednesday, initial jobless claims, and then obviously Wednesday we have the FOMC interest rate decision with Jay Powell's press conference. So that's obviously the big trading event where there will be likely a few 100% trade opportunities on the table that we can potentially execute, but we just have to be cautious as to where the markets want to potentially go to over the next couple days. Typically, a lot of times markets will just float and grind higher into FOMC, and then if he comes out hawkish or what on, then they like to dump it. But I think Powell still has a reason to be a bit dovish here. We've seen interest rate policy being held. Obviously, stocks don't like higher interest rates, but when interest rates aren't falling sharply, it means that the economy is still chugging along, and obviously there's a bit of concern around inflationary pressures, tariffs, this war now in the Middle East with Israel and Iran, and oil spiking. But that data really hasn't reflected yet, and the Fed is always behind the 8 ball. They're looking at lagging data most of the time, so really the spike in energy costs over the last few sessions isn't going to be reflected until next month. So I still think that this market can charge higher. Alright, let's just see what else is moving here in the pre-market. And of course, if there's any charts you guys are wanting to look at, please don't hesitate to ask. So we have a little bit of interesting plays. We have Roku trying to push here in the pre-market. ROKU. That's gapping up nicely from 74 to 81. This is trying to break out of an inverse head and shoulders pattern. And arguably it's right on the precipice of doing so. So if we can break above that, Roku should squeeze to the upside. You know, you'll have this initial resistance trend line, which would put Roku around 86 bucks. So that's a very strong gap up for ROKU. Roku X United Steel, that's also a bit of a market leader today, getting a nice volume spike in the pre-market. Let's look at ticker X. Again, gapping up, continuing to hold massive, massive strength. No real trade setup for me, but it is trying to break out of this bull flag. I never like to see a chart pattern break out of a bull flag from a gap up, but we'll see if that one wants to hold. VSCO, Victoria's Secret. Massive gap up on Victoria's Secret. Did that have earnings? No, there just must be some news on it. Let's see what they're saying here. Some bearing. That's up to about 7.9% in the pre-market. Interesting. Oh, it's the removal of the poison pill. The 2.4 billion loss in Shirley. Okay. Well, you can see Victoria's Secret had a whole host of buy lines here that we previously traded. Obviously, I'm not in a position, but that one is gapping up nicely. You're into a bit of resistance here at this initial pivot. But if the market remains firm, VSCO should try to test probably at least 20 to 2050. But that's definitely a tough name to get long. You're still kind of creating this lower high scenario. This news arguably could be sold into today. Could see a nice reversal down. This is a lot of sell side pressure that's occurring. ASTS for JP. Yeah, look at ASTS. Still inside of that big wick of this impulse green candle breakout. Again, it just seems like you're sweeping this liquidity at this previous little high here. So 39.11 is kind of your previous little all-time high. Or recent pivot high. Is that your all-time high? Yeah, that's your all-time high. In terms of where this could be going, let's just draw a trend line from these highs. Let me straighten that trend line up. So from your previous high back in 2021 to your high pivot, it looks like ASTS wants to push higher till about 42, 43 bucks. 42.50, maybe a pierce of this trend line around 43 bucks is where you could be going. We throw on another little parallel channel from these low pivots. Drag that back a little bit. Yeah, you can see that it wants to hit around 43 bucks, a pierce of 43. Now, will it do that today? I don't know, time will tell, but I don't really hold a position. Obviously, some of the aerospace stocks are pretty strong. If you look at GE, that one's into a bit of a buy level. Piercing that 7 and 20, you're about to get a crossover of the 7 and 20. So that's typically a little bit of a short-term buy signal. Short-term buy signal. Okay. But GE strong. If we look at Rocket Labs, RKLB, that one as well, back testing some support. Probably gets a continuation sympathy play if ASTS pushes higher. They're completely different aerospace stocks, but they do have a tendency to get sympathy trading. Manatee looking at Oracle. ROCL, so no, I'm still in Oracle. This is still a beast, well above its previous all-time highs. What I'm looking for now is, do we get a weekly close confirmed breakout? So obviously we all know we had this massive rip from this 173 zone all the way up to new all-time highs. So on the weekly chart we've broken out. Question is, are we going to get another higher weekly close to confirm this breakout? That's what I'm watching for this week on Oracle. I'm still holding short down on that trade, as Oracle's been one of the toughest stocks to definitely short, but we'll just see what happens. Okay, my average is sitting at 194.30, so it's a massive, massive move to the upside. Let's just clean up some of these lines. Let's get me some, just give me a couple minutes here. I'm just getting some more coffee, guys, so we can stay locked in for the next half hour until the market opens. Keep going here. So let's just quickly go through some more of these stocks in the pre-market. So AutoNation, HycoCorp, Brown Forman, those are just some of your leaders. Laggers in the pre-market, nothing really to note. Let's just see here. TTD coming down. That one's under pressure. Really, I would only take an aggressive long at TTD. I mean, we have these two little trend line zones going back pretty far on the daily chart, even the weekly chart more so. An aggressive buy would be down at this zone. Just draw it from the exact lows. It's a nice little bear flag breakdown. 3-bar surge into a low. There could be a bit of a trade here. Let me just figure a couple things out here. So yeah, we're breaching that 382 fib zone on the daily chart of TTD. There could be a bit of a long trade here. All right, let's throw this from this zone here. Yeah, you know, I like that zone here around. It's an aggressive zone. But 63.70 could work out on TTD long. 63.70 for a bit of a day trade bounce. That would be a nice 1, 2, 3, 4-bar gap down surge, a nice breakdown. Let's measure out this bear flag pattern here. You're well overshooting the downside target of that bear flag. That's good to see. This could be a bit of an oversold bounce for sure on trade desk. You're breaching that. Yeah, I like that 63.70 of the zone on TTD. We'll keep that one on watch for a long trade, a long bounce. Alright, so TTD's on watch. Let's look at plug. That one's gapping up. Generac. That one's trying to push. So we got OKTA again. So Okta is gapping up, obviously. That had a massive, nasty breakdown. Very oversold. This one could be one that catches a bit of a run this week, in my opinion. Nice oversold chart. Breaking some key pivots, regapping. Still had it going a little bit lower. I would have loved to buy it into this gap fill, but I think Okta has a chance to get back above this 99.30 zone. That's your previous 50% retrace. So I'd watch that zone. That one could trend today to 99.30. Let's look at CPRT, Copart. That was another one that we are accumulating on the long side. Some call options. That one's been under significant pressure, gapping up slightly to about 48.88. That one's still lots of time. We'll see if it wants to firm up. NCLH, that's another one we've been buying. Obviously, it looked like it was trying to break out here. Had a failed breakout right back down to the low end of this range. It's a bit of a swing trade, still looking to press higher in my opinion. FedEx, another name that I like a lot. That's probably going to continue to push. Let's look at some of the Mag 7s here. So TSLA, Tesla. Let's get rid of some of these trend lines. Alright, so the Tesla chart is obviously was one of the most bullish stocks on Friday. It is looking like it wants to move higher here. I think Tesla's looking very constructive for a potential breakout. We actually just close some of these. There is arguably this rather interesting inverse head and shoulders on the 4-hour chart of Tesla, guys. So there's this rather interesting bullish pattern for TSLA. If it breaks out of this, excuse me, Tesla could be running back into the plus 400 club. Around 404, 410 maybe. So keep Tesla on watch this week because realistically, if you hold this little hourly chart flagging pattern here, anything accumulating between the 325 to 330 range looks interesting. And then realistically where you would stop out of this trade if you're wanting to swing it long, if you wanted to give it some room to run, there's this nice little wedge pattern, upsloping wedge pattern on Tesla. So, but Tesla's looking very, very bullish. Let's look at Apple. Apple's obviously been a dead stock. Can't rally with the market, but it certainly can fall with the market. Every single rally just seems to be getting sold into. Apple's just a tough name right now. You are technically at the lower boundary range pattern. I do have some farther dated calls into January 16th of next year. But other than that, in the short term, Apple's just distributing. Maybe it can chop in this wedge pattern from these lows to, you know, plus 200 before it gives us a bigger decision move to break out or not, or break down. We'll just see. But tough name to trade right now. A lot of sell side pressure. Alright, Mr. Softy. Mr. Softy has been the strongest mega cap stock in the market, pushing cloud stocks up. Cloud is obviously the massive outperformance sector of the market, with Oracle, Microsoft just trending. Realistically, since this earnings gap up, it's been a one-way freight train. Again, it's a tough name to go long up here, trying to sweep that liquidity high, but you're still into this massive resistance trend line in a very overbought scenario. A little bit of a negative divergence starting to appear on the daily chart of Microsoft, so I expect that this one could be very choppy in this range. I don't expect it to make big moves to the upside, but it can potentially be. I'm going to see how we open. That was just a small hedge on the SPY puts. Obviously, on Friday, the majority of our trades and swing trades, we were buying hand over fist. But so the SPY puts were more of just a hedge. I'm going to keep them in case that they want to melt lower. But I'm okay with those contracts going to zero, because if the market floats and grinds, that means our longer positions are doing well. Looking through some charts here, we'll look at NVDA, NVDA. So NVIDIA is just still chopping inside of this wedge pattern, this upsloping wedge pattern. It's trying to recapture inside of that wedge pattern, you can see that it's right into this previous little pivot high. So again, I remain bearish below that pivot high, but if you recapture that pivot high and get a close above, say on the 15, 30-minute hourly chart, then it looks like NVIDIA wants to press back to the high end of this wedge pattern. So again, bearish below, bullish above this, what is this? High pivot candle, 143.44. So we are smacking that as some near-term resistance, but NVIDIA is still one of those tough names to try to fade, especially as it tries to gun for this gap fill. You know, a lot of liquidity is sitting there and wants to push for that gap to be filled on NVIDIA. Let's look at Google. Yeah, so Google is actually one of the charts that doesn't look bad for a continuation move to break these highs. I am actually considering maybe taking a couple call positions on Google, maybe 1 or 2 weeks out. I think Google is a name that can hold this area and press for 180 plus, maybe even 185 if the market wants to remain firm. These interesting little trend lines on Google, multi-pivots. So I think Google really wants to hit, 186, 187. It's been underperforming considerably, but it should try to play catch up. Let's look at Amazon. Amazon's another name that's still putting in some higher highs and higher lows. So the chart is still acting very, very well constructively from a bullish standpoint. The big level that Amazon needs to get above is really right around here, this 213.60 zone. If you can clear this 214 pivot, then it looks very, very bullish to move higher. Let's look at Meta. META, ooh, nice gap up on Meta. Very big gap up. Yeah, Meta is another one that's probably going to push higher. I think Meta wants to work itself to that 715 gap and then likely try to test this double top zone. So Meta's probably just going to grind higher and higher for the next couple weeks, in my opinion. Let's look at the US dollar quickly. So Dixie's still melting lower, just keeps getting sold into at every turn. Let's look at yields today. The US 10-year yield, obviously still just chopping in a sideways range, trying to work out this failed breakout. It's actually trying to hold a bit of a double bottom, maybe a W pattern to try to push higher. So still really no definitive move in the bond market and yields. You're just chopping in this very tight range. So names like TLT, UBT obviously have been under pressure over the last couple sessions with the inflationary news of oil spiking. Alright, SMCI, that's still a name I'm bullish on, gapping up a little bit today. You can see we're trying getting that bullish crossover, then a couple of weakness days, you're getting a bearish crossover. But I think the bearish cross of the 7 and 20 is going to probably work itself out and push higher here. The confluence and uptrend of these moving averages is very strong, so just one breakdown day below isn't changing my bullish thesis on SMCI. I think that one still likely wants to push higher. FSLR is on watch for a continuation move. I think if FSLR can get back above this gap fill, then it's going to push for the 190 zone. So we are riding 190 calls, which we still have a lot of time on. Those are printing. And I do think that this week, if the markets remain firm, considering FSLR had that epic handle on Friday as the markets were getting slaughtered, very good to see FSLR continuing to try to push higher. Next stop for me is at 190 zone on FSLR. Let's look at Bitcoin. So BTC. Bitcoin had that bearish breakdown on Friday, breaking down from that original head and shoulders pattern. And basically it ended up getting bought up pretty much all session long on Friday. It had a bigger reversal to the upside compared to the indices. And Bitcoin traded sideways on the weekend, very tight range, and now it's trying to push up and break out to the upside. Finding a little bit of resistance at the 7 days, so maybe you need a few hours of consolidation before I think we can try to push through and break to the upside. So what I'm noticing here is Bitcoin's had multiple attempts trying to break down from this little wedge pattern. Attempt 1, attempt 2, both attempts have been negated, so that's a failed breakdown in my opinion, which leads me to think Bitcoin's going to push to the high end of this wedge and actually have a spike high move to about 114, 115 on the charts. So MSTR and coin are obviously on watch for continuations. I am holding call options on MSTR, so therefore that, and we were down quite substantially at these lows here, but you can see this trend line is being bought up. So again, I think MSTR is going to push for 400 in the coming sessions and likely even a bit higher. If you look at coin's kind of lagging itself, but I do think coin has still been going through a nice little constructive consolidation. Really, the consolidation can be viewed on the weekly chart. If you take a look at that consolidation, you're back tested the weekly 7. This is still a very healthy trend on Coinbase. Potential inverse head and shoulders on the weekly chart. It looks very, very poised for a bigger move to the upside, in my opinion, which kind of correlates to why we think Bitcoin might be trying to spike higher. If you look at some energy stocks today, they are pulling back slightly. Names like XLE, XOM, they are still just backing and filling. I still think that energy stocks can create bullish patterns here for another leg higher in the near term. Obviously, we've got to watch what crude oil does because that's going to have a big influence on a whole variety of sectors. So today during the open, you have IWM and Qs kind of neck and neck, up about 0.7%, and then SPY is lagging slightly. Names like AI looks poised for a continuation bounce higher. Let's look at XYZ. That's also trying to move higher. And if there's any other observations that you guys are looking at for day trade opportunities, I am all ears. I'm just scanning the markets right now for any other potential trade setups. So volatility is getting absolutely demolished today. VIX is getting cut up pretty hard. So again, my SPY level today for a bit of a short is around 602 within the first hour. It needs to hit 602 in the first hour for a fading opportunity, in my opinion. So 602 within the first hour is my short level on SPY. Actually draw this here, and that's just for a day trade. I'd look at buying 602 puts. If you're more aggressive, you can trade 601 DTEs. So you can see we're quite a ways away from that area, but that would be my level on SPY. It would be a liquidity sweep of this high pivot zone from Friday. You would be running into that gap window. That would be a nice area, in my opinion. China stocks catching a bit of a bid today. Everything is pretty much green across the board. Jets are making a nice comeback. Airline ETF up 2.36% on the Jets ETF. That's a beautiful, beautiful bounce in Jets. Take a look at that parallel channel. Boom, bouncing tremendously. This likely is going to try to work itself for this gap. Wow, look at ES. What a monster, eh? ES is almost taking out the friggin' highs from Wednesday. Did it actually take out the highs? Yeah, it did. Wow. So that's another indication that we might try to push even more on SPY. ES has already taken out those Wednesday high pivots. That's crazy. What a rally. What a rally in ES. So there's quite a bit of strength. We're about 8 minutes till the open. JP saying he believes it's going to be a fake pump in the markets. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Just keep in mind that if we look at this SPY chart, right, let me just turn off some of these moving averages. So SPY on Friday had a big sell-off, and it did backtest some key support. It backtested that Monday, May 19th high pivot zone around 590, 550. So that's a really, really big area of support, and obviously it's been a pretty tremendous bounce off of that zone for the time being. So SPY's backtesting a previous high pivot zone where you had a big breakdown and then a nice little consolidation breakthrough. So from a bullish standpoint, the markets are going to try to push now for a higher high this next week on the daily chart. Could it be a fake pump? Sure. But I think that investors typically the stock market likes to climb the wall of worry and push for price action to be near the highs as you go into a big event. Because remember, I mean, we have Jay Powell on Wednesday. We have the FOMC rate decision. So it's something that if the market truly wanted to fall, the max pain level to get people on would be to get them all in calls and longs, and then dump it on the actual Jay Powell event. So don't be surprised if this market can, maybe we'll have a little bit of a sell-off today. Obviously, I'm looking to short it if we hit key technical levels, but this is still a very strong market. Daily chart, we have to recognize that you've triggered bullish patterns, breakouts on the daily, you've triggered breakouts on the weekly. We're very close to that previous all-time high. Hourly charts, 4-hour charts still looking okay despite the near-term distribution. But yeah, gap ups, I'm not chasing this gap up today. That's certainly not what I'm looking to do. It could be a fake pump for sure. Again, statistically, gap ups do get faded. So you could be right. But my short level today is around 602 on SPY. It's kind of what I'm looking for. All right, so we have 5 minutes here till the open. Flip you to my 2 charts here. All right, so again, SPY around 602 is my fade level. 602 is my fade level for a day trade. Not really in love with too many other day trading opportunities. We'll just have to wait and see how this market opens. Again, it's Monday. We got plenty of time to trade this week. Big volatility events later during the week. So I'm not looking to rush into anything off of the open. It'll just be a good first hour to see how these markets settle in. Obviously, gap ups again on the long side are very difficult to trade. No real data set to come out to influence the markets. Good morning, welcome to the stream, Complied Thoughts. Alta doing. That's a nice gap up on Alta. How's GME doing this morning? GME trying to find some buyers. Actually, I'm keeping an eye on ULTA Alta this week because Alta is breaking this bull flag, and I think Alta is going to be heading to plus 500. That's a name that looks very intriguing. You back tested this previous little high pivot, and you actually held it. So Alta is looking very interesting from a long standpoint. We'll continue to watch that name. Yeah, Complied Thoughts, it looks like it's going to be a green day. Right now it is. Obviously, we're just starting to trade here. So let's see how the market wants to settle in. Again, gap ups are hard to chase on the long side. But if we get any sort of opportunity, I'm scanning the market. Multiple screens here. We'll see what we want to get. A few moments, we will be open. Again, SPY is my 602 is my fade level. SPY at 602 is my fade level. We'll keep Tesla and SPY on watch for you guys, and if anything else crazy happens here, we will let you know. And feel free to shout any opportunities and tickers in the chat. Didn't see too many setups that I really like. We have to wait for stocks to get into certain levels. But I can be patient. I had a really good weekend with my father this weekend, fishing on the lake. We each caught 4 fish, a couple bass, which we had to throw away because they're not in season, pike. So fishing is all about patience. And we had a lot of that. Got a little burnt on the water. A little bit looking like a red lobster, but markets are open here, guys, and SPY is still holding. Trying to push up here. Yeah, we haven't cooked them yet, but we do clean them and we keep the fish. So we're planning to we vacuum sealed them froze it for now, but we would have cooked them on the day of, but we already had dinner plans for Father's Day. Really big push here on SPY, really big push. Strong buying still off of the open. Again, 602 is my short level on the market. 602. 602 is my short level. Qs are the strongest right now off of the open. Really nice pump into the open. NVIDIA up 1.33, Microsoft up 0.62, Apple up 0.3, Tesla up 1.54, Meta ripping set 2.7%, well above 700. Massive, massive mover to the upside. Wow. SPY's still ripping here. Come on, get to 602 for me. Get to 602. 602 is aggressive, but I like it. 602 short on SPY. I do like the 602 level. Manatee saying went canal sailing with my dad this weekend. Also came back looking like I've been under the broiler. Yeah, I feel that. You know, I was smart to wear a hat, and I kept on a little bit of a longer shirt, but my legs from my shorts, oh my goodness, they're just crispy. Crispy, crispy, crispy. Alright, so we're still seeing massive, massive buying pressure here. SPY taking a bit of a breather, but still looking a-okay. Still wants to head higher, in my opinion. NVIDIA trading at just below 144. Wow, SRPT, that's a big gap down on Sarepta Therapeutics. There might be a trade there. Just give me a second with SRPT. Looks quite interesting for a bit of a bounce opportunity. Wow, that's very oversold. Still seeing a really, really healthy buy program in this market. Everything is still really, really strong except for Oracle today and some energy stocks. They're seeing a little bit of backing and filling. Come on, SPY. Keep going. Keep going. XOM's ripping. Making a bullish recovery back to the high side. XOM. Energy is getting sold into right now. Tesla's getting faded. Looks like Tesla wants to go back down to its gap fill. Nice move on XYZ. That's pushing right back up. Beautiful. Almost filled its gap there. SPY is running into a bit of resistance here. XOM had a high spike into the 113. Our 113 calls did briefly go in the money there, guys. On XOM, crude oil trying to put in a bit of a bottom here, but still somewhat struggling. SMCI, that one's still stuck under prior day. NVIDIA is still doing very, very well. First Solar taking a bit of a breather. Alright, Tesla coming back down, guys. Tesla is coming back down. SPY's still strong. Hasn't hit my short level yet. I'm still interested in that 602. It's aggressive because it can even push to 603. I think we get a nice little sweep of these previous little pivot highs where you had a breakdown on Friday. And that could be a nice area to short, guys. So I'm going to look at buying the 60. Yeah, 601 puts could work out. 601 puts are a little bit more aggressive. 602s would be your better play if you're looking at 0 DTE options. Remember, this is a shortened trading week as well, guys. So keep in mind that we do have the holiday on Friday. So keep that in mind when you're taking weekly swing options, because that extra day really could make or break some positions. Alright guys, we got a potential short coming up on SPY. I'm going to look at the SPX chart simultaneously. Come on, SPY, keep going, keep going. 602, I want to short that zone on 602. Qs are running into prior day highs, so there is some resistance here on the Qs, guys. Definitely some resistance on the Qs. SPY is approaching. We're getting close to a potential short. We are getting close. Guys, CoreWeave looks like a nice short today. CRWV not participating in this market rally. That could be a nice potential short. Yes, I'm doing options and shares, just depending on the trade. I swing both, I day trade both. XOM is starting to print, guys. XOM pushing for another new high a day. Look at that move on XOM. Beautiful consolidation on the 5-minute right on that prior day high. This chart is going to squeeze. Come on, XOM. Keep going. Our 113 calls that we swung on Friday are up nicely. I'm still interested in shorting SPY, guys. I'm still interested in shorting SPY. And I'm interested in getting in some CoreWeave puts, guys. I'm going to take 135 put on CoreWeave. That's what I'm looking at. Expiry end of the week. 135 put on a CoreWeave. First Solar's gone negative. Tesla back up. IWM is starting to come in, guys. IWM looks really, really nasty at this point. This is a bit of a short zone on Tesla here, 329.27. It is a bit of a short zone here. It's an aggressive short, but I think you could short it back down to its gap. But 325 put on Tesla, 325 put on Tesla, expiry end of the week. That's an aggressive. I just picked up a couple contracts at 730. 730. So I'm short Tesla, looking for a move back into this gap fill. And I think Tesla, come on. It's a strong name, so it's very risky. SPY still never officially hit my short level, so I probably should have waited a little bit. Microsoft still pushing here to the upside, consolidating nicely. So I'm short Tesla, still interested in fading SPY at 602. Again, I'm still interested in fading SPY at 602. SPY's almost there at the short zone, guys. SPY's almost at the short zone. Here comes SPY. Tesla's trying to push higher. Qs are trying to push higher. Alright guys, I'm looking at fading SPY very shortly here. Come on, give me 602 print. Tesla's starting to curl back lower. Come on, SPY. Give me one more peekaboo push to the high, and I'll be looking to buy the 602 puts on SPY. 0 DTE, 602 puts on SPY. Come on, as soon as we pierce 602, I'm in the puts. We're already riding Tesla. 325s, come on. Come on, SPY. One more little sweep of those high pivots. Watch the candle. Watch the candle on SPY. It could do a nice peekaboo. Be ready. I'm looking at buying the 602 0 DT put on SPY. Right now they're at $1.34. I'm in the Tesla 325 end of week puts. On this side looking to close today as well. Tesla starting to melt a little bit lower. Tesla could even try to sweep these little low pivots around 323. But Tesla coming in. Come on, man. SMCI still doing well. Gold taking a bit of a breather. NVDA still consolidating. Oil's trying to put in a little bit of a bottom here, which is why the markets might be readjusting here. Again, oil trying to put in a bit of a bottom, which is going to help our XOM trade. Oil's trying to trigger a 5-minute inverse head and shoulders breakout. Take a look at WTI crude. Nice little potential breakout here on crude oil intraday chart. SPY never really officially hit my target, but you can see 601.90 zone. 601.85 was the high. I had a short level at 602. XOM calls are printing, guys. Those 113s are almost in the money again. We briefly tapped it at the open, but XOM calls are absolutely flying right now. Beautiful. There's 113s, guys. 113s are printing. This was a swing trade from Friday. We'll keep Tesla on watch still. XOM 113s are in the money, guys. XOM 113s are in the money. We're riding the June 27th calls. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. Beautiful. Look at XOM go. That's stunning. That's a stunning breakout on XOM. Alright guys, I am short SPY here. I just got filled. Short SPY. 602.23. So I got filled at $1.09 on my SPY 602 put. $1.09 on my SPY 602 put. And this is a 0 DTE play. Still holding Tesla. So I'm holding a 325 put on Tesla. And I'm holding a 602 put on SPY. Let's play ball. I will add to my SPY put around 602.90 if need be. So we are in our first couple trades of the day. Day trades. I'm seeing Microsoft coming down on the 5-minute chart. Nice little move up on our SPY puts, guys. For SPY target, I'm looking for first trim. Back into this lower boundary consolidation range. Come on, SPY. Give it to us. Give it to us. Come on. Tough market still. Alright, so I expect Q's to retest its prior day high around 530.187. SPY's prior day highs at 601.85. Markets are still tough and trending. You're in it too, nice. SPY's trying to make another push higher here. Tesla curling to the downside, seeing a little bit of weakness as the indices are pushing up. Interesting little divergence there on Tesla. Crude oil still trying to break out. But you have participation from Apple. Apple's trying to curl to the upside now and firm up. Microsoft's still going through a bit of backing and filling down here. NVDA is still strong. That's trying to push higher here. Alright, again, 602.90 area is my next fill on my SPY 0DT puts. The 602 puts I am in at $1.09. I'm still riding the 325 end of week puts on Tesla. These are just day trades. I'll be looking to exit them today. Ideally within the next 30 minutes. But the market is what the market is. There's a big spike on SPY, guys. Another high wick spike. 602.90. Alright, I just took a second entry there on SPY at 85 cents. Wow, we're going even higher here. Massive move. We're trading at 603 on SPY right now. Massive spike to the upside there. Massive spike. So I got filled on 85 cents on my second entry on the 602 puts. So one of the reasons the markets pumped there was oil dumped. Oil had a significant dump there. Oil had a significant dump. It is trying to get bought up, but some news potentially hit the tape there. A really big spike down on oil. We'll see how that one wants to... So Iran wants to de-escalate hostilities with Israel, potentially. So market got a nice spike off of de-escalation in the Middle East. Oil reacting pretty sharply, coming down. Alright, so SPY's still trending, oil coming down even more. Oil's back testing 4-hour chart support, piercing through its 20. SPY's starting to rip higher here. SPY's still trying to push higher here. Tesla really hasn't broken out of the range like SPY. Again, I am down on my 602 puts. My average is sitting at 93 cents on the 602 puts. See if SPY wants to continue to press here. Let's look at the 5-minute chart. We are into this major gap zone. So there's definitely some resistance there. Tesla's trying to curl now to the upside. We'll see if this news of de-escalation holds true. Oil's trying to bounce and hold that key 4-hour moving average. A little bit of sell side pressure hitting the tape now on SPY. Back into the 602.96 handle. Tesla's still up 1%, NVDA up 1.8. Apple's up 0.74, so getting a little bit of participation from Apple now. Tesla curling back down. Contracts are sitting at 88 cents. Again, I still think that we can likely test the 601.30 zone again. You know, my first target on SPY, if we get a move back down to 601.85, that's your prior day high, I'd look to trim these contracts. So 601.85 on SPY. Would be my first trim. SPY spiking yet again to the highs. Tesla really struggling, not participating, guys. Tesla is not participating. Apple now up 1% on the session. Microsoft challenging all-time highs again. Oracle around 213, down by about 1%. Again, I'm still holding Tesla 325 puts. Still holding 602 SPY puts, which are down on. SMCI up nicely. That's up by about 3%. Good to see. So crude oil really dumping here, down at 68 bucks, 4.64% on the session. Crude oil. Tesla's coming into target, guys. Yeah, it's a little brutal for sure. It's a little brutal. That's okay. There's still a lot of time left. We're only at 10 o'clock. Markets have been open for half an hour. Crude trying to make a bit of a reversal in the hourly chart. There's definitely a big correlation right now, the way crude oil is trading with the indices. Crude oil falls, indices rise. Crude oil tries to reverse, indices stop a little bit and go through some sideways chop. So Qs are up 1.38%, SPY up 1.08%, IWM up 0.86%. Tesla trying to make a move here. Again, SPY is still into some decent resistance here. The oil's trying to make a little bit of a reversal off of these lows. A little bit of a dead cat bounce. Recapturing that 4-hour chart key moving average. Look at the daily chart of oil. Still very strong. SPY is trying to fill this key gap on the 5-minute chart. It is trying to fill that gap. Again, Apple's still trending quite well. Let's look at Mr. Softy again. That's trading above 480. Looking to tap all-time high. It did briefly tap all-time high yet again. Netflix is trading up about 1% on the session. Good bounce on our NCLH long position. It's getting quite a bid today. CPRT getting a little bit of a bid today. Let's look at Okta. We have no position in Okta. I still think that can go a little bit lower. FDX, FedEx. That's trying to have a nice little breakout on the daily. FedEx is looking good. SPY is starting to come in a little bit. These contracts change very quickly. Again, target 1 on SPY is around 601.85. I'll trim half of my put options if we get there. Let's look at Oracle, ORCL. Oracle's still trying to come in just a touch here. Still holding very, very high and strong on the chart. Microsoft still holding steady. Really no pullback in for this market if Microsoft doesn't come in. NVDA is still holding steady. Tesla breaking here. Bitcoin still trading well, but holding above 107 for the time being, creating a bit of a potential 15-minute bull flag pattern. All right, so small little pullback in SPY, trading just above that 603. You can see on the 15-minute chart of SPY, we haven't officially filled that gap just yet, but holding at the top of this channel. Potential 15-minute topping tail on SPY. We have about 3 minutes left in the candle. Again, I'm still holding 602 0 DTE SPY puts down on the trade right now. Apple's had a nice pullback. We're still seeing strength in the NASDAQ, QQQ. Crude oil obviously taking a breather. So Tesla seems to be moving inversely right now with the market. Market's going right back up. Q's just made a new high of day. QQQ made a new high of day. So your semiconductor ETF is still leading the charge. SOXX is into a gap fill resistance zone here. So SOXX is trading into a bit of a gap fill resistance. We'll see if it wants to fill this gap completely. Does look like it is with the strength in the semis. SPY briefly making another new high there. A lot of continuation buying occurring under this market. Microsoft again making another new all-time high today. Oracle coming in though, that's down by about 1.6% for the time being. ORCL under a bit of pressure. Yeah, AMD is outperforming surfers. AMD is a monster today. Again, semiconductor strength is prevailing. AMD is just pushing. Been grinding its 1-minute 7 moving average here for quite some time, really since the opening candle. Getting a bit of a negative divergence intraday on the 1-minute time frame, but that's very small price action. Again, the Qs are the leading indice because semiconductors are super strong today. Meta's still pushing near the highs of the session, trading at 702, up 2.83%, so a very strong move for Meta. Watching Microsoft here, that's going to be the key for potentially a bit of a down leg. If Microsoft weakens up here, it should spill over into the indices, but up another 1.1%. Again, making another new high there on Microsoft. Quite extraordinary. Again, SPY's trading into this little high pivot zone where you had your big gap down. So they might want to sweep this liquidity, but we are bumping into some minor or some pretty major resistance on the intraday chart. But they might want to spike it through there and then reverse it. If we get one more spike through the 603.74 zone, I'm going to take one more entry on these 602 puts. right now, 8 contracts short on SPY. I'll look to increase that by about, take that to about 15 contracts on the 602 0DTs. Oil still floundering at the lows. So you can see the resistance on the 5-minute chart right into this gap fill on SPY. If we sweep that liquidity pivot, I will take a final entry in the 602 puts. Alright, so we are sweeping through that zone right now. Pick one final fill there on that spike. Final fill on the 602 puts for SPY. See if we can get a pullback now into the 602 zone. Still a very tough tape. Microsoft is pulling in a touch here. So my average on these SPY 6020 DTEs is sitting at 74 cents. Holding 15 contracts. We'll see if we get a pullback. Still really no major profit taking off of this gap up in the market. I am seeing Microsoft starting to come in. Apple now up 1%. QQQ still leading the charge to the upside. Bitcoin up 1.5%. NVDA up 1.79. SMCI, one of our more bullish swing trades, that's up nicely, 3.75%. XYZ, that's up 3.44. Oracle down about 1.7. FedEx moving nicely, that's up 1.5%. NCLH, that's beautiful, that's up about 4% on the session. Still seeing this market surge here. No pullback yet. Really no pullback yet. Again, I'm writing 602 0 DTE SPY puts. I'm down on the trade already. But we got some time for this market, I think, to back test these 603 levels. But these are trending markets. Imagine we're already trying to push for new all-time highs this week. That could certainly happen if we're not that far from the all-time high price on SPY. We're really not that far. A little bit of 1 minute sell side pressure. Still a very strong tape. Once again, it's coming down to NVIDIA and Microsoft. And obviously your semiconductor complex are the bright spots in the market today. Meta's still ripping to the upside. Meta going for another new high of day, almost tapping 705. So starting to curl down slightly, NVIDIA curling down slightly, Apple trying to curl back up, Microsoft still consolidating near the highs. Seeing a bit more sell side pressure in MSFT. Futures are still up about $7.52 on the session. SPY up about 1.16%. Russell up about 1%. Apple up 0.88. Bitcoin still moving nicely. Gold down just over 1% on the session. GLD trading at 312.65. Again, crude oil coming down for another wave of selling. Meta's continuing to grind and push higher. Again, we do have the G7 meeting occurring, and they are trying to release some bullish comments. Again, semiconductors are ripping still. little bit of sell side pressure in the markets, really nothing major yet until we really break down these pivot highs around 603.60. If you break this little consolidation where you had a previous resistance, bull flag, breakout, this is kind of the level you want to see SPY break down, or these little pivot zones here, this little consolidation zone. So if you break the 603.55 zone, then you could head back down to 603. But until that, it's still a very strong uptrend. NVIDIA is consolidating bullishly. You're getting a little bit more broad participation from individual names. Tesla trying to curl back down. NVIDIA seeing a bit of sell side. SPY right back up to the high side. Have a look at GSAT. Sure, we'll take a look at GSAT. Yeah, 5.6%, just been grinding. Looks like a market stock today. Definitely a breakout on the daily chart after a nice consolidation. Still very extended from that 7-day moving average, but a lot of momentum behind it. Looks like it's probably on the daily chart going to press for this high pivot. Maybe even try to sweep this little high pivot. Again, it's just been grinding with the market. As long as the market remains firm, this name is probably going to test 2360 zone. But if the market gives up some of these gains, then it's going to likely also try to give up some of these gains. Nice 3-bar weekly surge. Again, you are into a ton of little resistance zone here. So it's kind of the area that I would, if you're bullish, you want to maintain price structure above this 2224 zone. But again, there are some wick high resistance, and then you obviously have a little bit of a daily chart gap fill sitting at 2430. Very strong name, very strong name. Dips are likely going to get bought in this name, for sure. Kind of taking a position, Surfers? What are you looking at in that name? You're looking at going long? Let's see what the pre-market high was. Pre-market high 2256. I'd wait for a back test there. If you're looking to entry on the long side, aggressive long will take 2256. Back test of pre-market high. Why is that different there? Yeah, 2256. Just adjust my time zone here. Yep. So still just consolidating here. SPY starting to come in a little bit. Yeah, you're looking to go long. Yeah, I'd wait for a little bit of a lower back test. IWM still at the highs of the session. Microsoft starting to peel down a little bit here. Let's look at the Qs. Qs are still very strong, coming in a touch. This is our potential first little lower high on SPY of the intraday session. It's our potential first lower high on SPY. Let's see if we take out these lows now and give us a new lower low, but our first potential lower high on the intraday 1 minute chart on SPY. Anonymous asking WHR right at resistance, does it break it or reject it? Let's look at WHR. Let's go to daily chart. Yeah, right at resistance for sure. Let's just see something here. Oops, get rid of that drawing tool. You are at high pivot resistance. Chances are it's going to try to sweep that liquidity. But I want to throw up a fib retrace of this entire move. Yeah, so this stock is probably going to test 97.28 over the next maybe couple weeks. 97.28. Now, could it back and fill back down to the first Fibonacci level? Sure, it can. 88. So you're now in a trading range of 88.37 to 97.28. But yeah, you got your first little higher high. It does look interesting. If I take the fib level from this gap up, or sorry, from this gap down, you can see that it, and I think I have my Telegram muted, unfortunately. So if you take a look at this fib from the gap down, then you have a target around 95.22. That looks a little bit more conservative to trade. Pepsi today getting a little bit of buying pressure. Costco, Disney, AMD, wow, astonishing, up 9.26%, still at the highs. So you can see mega cap Techland still performing very, very well. Microsoft still up 1%, Apple up 0.9%, NVDA trading, Amazon back testing its 7-day moving average. Google still trying to get above its 7-day. Meta trying to break out, not quite ready, needs more consolidation in my opinion. Eli Lilly trending to the high side, that's a strong chart. Visa bouncing off of its big gap down. Tesla still trying to break out, but needs a little bit more time. UNH down a little bit, J&J down a little bit today. So healthcare taking on the chin a bit. JP Morgan trading at about 270, that's a strong chart. That's breaking out of a nice consolidating pattern. JPM, so financials look like they're trying to take the next leg up, at least in this behemoth of a financial stock. MasterCard bouncing. Home Depot still bouncing. SPY still trying to potentially put in its first little lower high, but being defended and trying to challenge a little bit of a lower low, but they are defending it. And now you have a potential inverse head and shoulders forming on SPY 1 minute chart. Oil down by about 5.8%. Oh, Stone Coal. I should have friggin' went that one. That name was looking ripe for a breakout. STNE. What else we got? Roku still holding the majority of its gains, but coming down with a little bit of a topping tail. Ticker NET back testing the 7-day. That's technically a bit of a short zone. WBD. Interesting. Estee Lauder, that's up nicely, 7.85%. Wow. Yo. Rivian shaking and moving a bit. Interesting. Back on SPY here, as that is still trying to bounce. Tesla still curling to the downside a touch. SPY going for another potential high of day break. What's our NCLH doing? Let's see. Tesla curling to the downside. CLH, where are you? Nice continuation move on Valero, guys. Look how strong Valero looks. So that's diverging from the XLE sector. This is one of the charts that we took on Friday. We took the 140 calls. That's beautiful move on VLO. Nice consolidated breakout. This was a chart that was actually lagging the energy sector. When everything else was pushing and breaking to the upside, Valero was really struggling and not participating. Now it actually is up 2%. And this chart looks like it's going to break out. You're triggering a bull flag breakout, potential inverse head and shoulders. So that one looks ripe for more upside. Ticker VLO. Alright, SPY coming in a little bit more. Again, you're searching for a lower low in SPY. You've got a lower high intraday, your first 1 minute lower high. You're looking for a lower low. Potential head and shoulders and inverse head and shoulders on watch. You've got two patterns, one bullish, one bearish. Got a short-term bearish crossover of the 7 and 20. Markets are extended. If you break this head and shoulders, you're looking for a 603.20 target on SPY, and it is trying to break now. Let's see, so NCLH got the July 20 calls. September calls. SPY is starting to test that little neckline zone of a potential breakdown. We'll see if it wants to see more sell side and profit taking. SPY sitting right on that little neckline. Right on that 1 minute chart neckline. We're due for a pretty big move here. Microsoft still very strong. Bit of sell side pressure hitting the tape in MSFT. So there's a bit of a 1 minute chart breakdown on SPY. 1 minute chart breakdown. You have triggered a head and shoulders. Again, you're back testing that support that I drew in. That's the real level that you need to lose to see a bigger flush, probably to about 603 on the chart. You can see you're still well above prior day high on SPY. NVDA just had a really big stick to the upside, so the sell side pressure in the SPY is happening as NVIDIA is breaking out yet again. So very, very interesting divergence. NVIDIA pushing, Microsoft falling, SPY falling. So that's kind of interesting to see SPY still falling despite the big stick to the upside in NVIDIA. I mean, look at that spike. There's probably some news there on NVIDIA. Definitely looks to be some news on NVIDIA. So very interesting divergence when you have NVIDIA still pumping, basically breaking out of these high pivots and trending. So NVIDIA is taking the market by the scruff of the neck right now. So we'll see if SPY wants to bounce here. Again, really interesting to see SPY dumping there as NVIDIA is surging. That's a bit of a divergence. So if anyone has news on NVIDIA, just post in the chat. Bitcoin up about almost 2%. Nice move on Bitcoin. Apple starting to break down here. So Apple really starting to falter yet again. AAPL breaking down. Let's look at Oracle. Oracle still down slightly. Microsoft bouncing sharply off of its prior day high. So NVIDIA is still trending. SPY coming down though. So the big question is, how deep can SPY go off of this breakdown if NVIDIA starts to give up some of these gains? That's the real question. And more money flow continuing to flow into semiconductors. Semis are still absolutely ripping face here. SOXX making highs as SPY is diverging. Look at the divergence in semis and SPY. SPY coming down, SOXX trending up. So if this divergence starts to break and semis see sell side, you're going to see SPY really, really dump. So, but until we see that divergence break, you're still getting some crazy, crazy strength in semiconductors. Very strong price action in semis. Oil is trying to curl back up to the upside. Again, anyone that's not long energy stocks, I think that this dip in oil yet again is probably a very good opportunity. SPY coming lower. Alright, so our puts are slowly starting to wake up. Again, I'm still down at 74 cents. My average on these 602 SPY puts is at 74 cents. I've been riding a little bit of a negative position for most of the morning. Apologies about that, but they are trying to wake up. We have triggered that head and shoulders on SPY 1 minute. Takes us down to 603.20 target, but realistically the next support comes around this pivot zone around 603. But semis are still remarkably strong. Really no pullback yet in semiconductor land. And that's part and parcel. You got strength in AMD, strength in NVIDIA. Across every single semiconductor there's strength. Tesla curling back down. SPY's trying to hold this little parallel channel, as you can see. See if we can get one more flush in this market. We want more. So we're still seeing semiconductors fly to the high side. NVIDIA is still trending, putting in new highs. NVIDIA is still trending. I am going to step away momentarily, seeing if we can get a little bit more market volatility, and of course we'll be back on for Power Hour. And now's the time where I like to review the charts independently with full focus, see if there's any additional swing trades, manage swing trade positions. I'm still watching the market, so obviously if anything drastic happens, I'm right here by the mic. But so far, just remarkable price action in semiconductors, NVIDIA, SOX, SMCI, AMD, Micron. Wow. A complete face-ripping rally to the upside. But the divergence is interesting on SPY, guys. I still think that this divergence might prove to be something. As soon as semiconductors top, the market's going to start to fall here. So I'm waiting for this SOXX to show us some signs of weakness, because as soon as that happens, we're likely going to get a bigger dip in SPY. But look at that move. We're almost taking out that high pivot on SOXX. Remarkable. Remarkable. That's for sure. You can see SOXX still potentially has a bit of room. But definitely extended here. That's what I'm waiting for. A dip in SOXX gets us likely a dip in SPY. Or I should say a bigger dip in SPY. Tesla's getting a 5-minute bearish crossover of the key moving averages. I repeat, Tesla is getting a little bit of a bearish crossover. On the 5-minute chart, TSLA is looking a little bit weaker. You can see that it is getting that bearish cross momentarily. So in the next minute or so, it's crossing over right now. But we're going to keep this SOXX on watch, because that is the next leg down in the market, is coming from semiconductor profit taking. Okay. SPY, come on. Let's see if we can get 602s back in the money, or at least in profit. Semiconductors are starting to weaken a little bit. 1-minute time frame. So a nice bounce in SPY as semis are starting to weaken a little bit here. Let's see if SPY wants to complete the downside measured move of the head and shoulders. Still a very, very tough tape. Things are still trending higher to the upside. SOX is trying to come down a little bit more now. Microsoft testing again 480 on the charts. Tesla back above 330. Markets are still trying to push here. Intraday price action on the 1 minute. We're putting in some lower highs and some near-term lower lows. If we break this high pivot of around 604.09, then we could likely be heading back to the highs of the SPY session. SPY is starting to rip here. SPY is testing that high pivot. SOXX coming down a little bit. Microsoft still holding steady. Wow, look at RGC up 223% today. Definitely pulled in from the highs. See some of these crazy high volume breakouts. Let's look at MFI. What's that? 44.6 million average volume, 1.72 million. No options. Next is Zedge. SPY's still trying to push higher here. Wow. NNE, really nice surge today. Alright, SPY getting a little bit of rejection off of this channel. The channel continues. You can see the SPY channel that it's rejecting off of around that 604 zone. It was not able to make a higher high on a closing basis, so we should look for another lower low on the 1 minute chart, which takes us back down to a test of the 603.45 zone. Obviously, we still are on watch for that 603.22 target for the head and shoulders. Big dump on SPY. News on Trump in Germany. MERS. Alright, there's a bigger 1 minute head and shoulders on SPY now. So you can see there's a little bit of a bigger one also triggering here. SPY breaking down. We're almost at the downside target of pattern 1. Again, so downside target of this mini 1 minute up here is still a little bit lower. But definitely a considerable breakdown on SPY. You did make a little bit of a lower low. You're back testing the channel now. So there's some support here, but we are triggering a 1 minute head and shoulders on SPY. Another 1 minute head and shoulders on SPY. I repeat, another 1 minute head and shoulders on SPY. We'll see if it wants to give us more downside. So you're getting a little bit of distribution in this zone. SOX is coming in quite nicely. Still seeing Microsoft holding massive strength. Tesla losing 330 for the time being. Come on, SPY, give us another downward move. Oil's starting to recapture $69 a barrel. So we are seeing oil trying to regain some key areas. Microsoft still up 1%, Apple up 0.4, NVDA up 2.5, Amazon up 2, Google up 0.7, Meta up 3. SOX is really coming down here. Same thing with Apple. Apple and SOX are seeing some considerable distribution in this zone. SPY's holding, but SOX is coming in. So we have triggered and confirmed a 1 minute breakdown on the SPY of another secondary head and shoulders. We still haven't fulfilled the downside move of the first head and shoulders. Very close, we've pretty much kissed that area. But the second head and shoulders, the bigger one, target takes us to 602.30. And that has triggered on the 1 minute chart. Alright. Our SOX is back testing the 15 minute 7 moving average, so there is some support here on SOXX. Bit of a 1 hour topping tail on SOXX forming. SPY seeing another wave of selling. Amazon reversing, NVIDIA reversing a little bit from the highs. Still a strong market, guys, but SPY is going through a bit of a distribution on the smaller time frames. Oil's still trying to rise just a touch here. Let's see if they want to break this little bear flag down on SPY. Oil's still trying to hold above 69. Really big bounce on SPY. It's trying to back test the key head and shoulders neckline. Right now we're kissing that zone. This is technically an aggressive short zone for a continuation move down. There's the rejection off of the neckline so far on this 1 minute candle, but you still have absolute strength in Microsoft. So semiconductors have been going through a bit of sell side, but Microsoft has not been participating in the downside. It's really going to have to shake out some of these bulls for the market to see more significant selling. NVDA pulling in from the highs, obviously it's impacting SMH and SOXX. AMD still very strong, SMCI still very strong, Micron starting to come in just a touch here. So next support on SOXX is 226.71. SPY coming in a bit more. Come on, break us down a little bit more, SPY. Give us this bear flag break continuation move. Let's look at the SPY 5-minute chart. You'll have some support again from that wedge pattern trend line, which roughly takes us right back down to the head and shoulders target. So the head and shoulders target intraday takes us right back to this crazy wedge pattern support. Let's see if they want to chop us down to that zone. Seeing IWM lose 210, that's potentially leading the charge to the downside, leading SPY and Qs a little bit lower here. So IWM is showing some considerable weakness intraday. SPY still trying to break a bear flag lower. Please hit that like button down below and subscribe if you haven't. I appreciate you all following the stream here. We're waiting for SPY to come down a little bit more after triggering that head and shoulders. Bear flag is about to break here. I repeat, bear flag is breaking. Come on, give us more, SPY. Again, a nice 1 minute chart bear flag on SPY. Seeing a little bit of red starting to appear on the screen, but mega caps, your Mag 7 are still very strong. Tesla still up 1.3. Microsoft still holding exceptionally well. Microsoft has not given up. So this is where we run into a scenario where if and when, and there will be a when Microsoft finally starts to give back some of these gains, I mean, you're getting distribution signals up at these lofty areas. You're getting a lot of overbought signals, bearish divergences. So when Microsoft finally starts to give up some of these gains, that's when you should start to see some significant intraday downside in the indices. Maybe Apple catches a bid, but Microsoft and NVIDIA is still friggin' strong as ever. Google seeing a bit of sell side pressure. Alright, you're getting a big stick in SPY. Really big stick to the upside, trying to negate this bear flag pattern. Still underneath the neckline. Again, there's a strong chance that you could try to even push through the neckline and go right back to the high of this parallel channel. You're just chopping in this channel in the 1 minute chart. High, low, high, low, high, low. We'll see if it wants to give us another lower high, but piercing the high of this range. SOX is potentially forming a bit of a 5 minute chart bear flag. Still needs more time though to consolidate. Tesla seeing a bit of sell side pressure yet again off that 330 zone. Not quite ready to break out. Just chopping in a very tight range. Apple's still struggling. Again, Microsoft is a beast, still trading at all-time highs. Flip back to SPY here. SPY rejecting off of that neckline yet again for a second time, so there's clearly some sell side off of that neckline. Still seeing a bit of distribution on SPY. Let's flip back to these two charts. SPY continuing to see a bit of distribution. Alright, SPY does appear like it's trying to curl up and going to breach this little neckline zone. Still forming a bit of a bear flag here intraday on SOXX. You have crude oil also trying to make yet again another move back higher. Watch some energy stocks here. They could try to catch a bit of a bid as WTI crude is trying to break this little consolidative range. Crude could be wanting to make yet again another move into the $70 level. Manatee saying, wouldn't be surprised if oil retests 50 EMA on the hourly chart. What level is that, Manatee? I don't have the EMA on, but what level does that give us? Microsoft still strong as ever. Big SPY jump yet again. Markets are absolutely flying here. Microsoft, one of the culprits. Semiconductors are still pushing. So you're negating this potential head and shoulders You got a 1 minute close above the neckline. You need to confirm that candle to negate this potential head and shoulders pattern. On my chart, it's about 70.5. So Manatee suggesting on the EMA hourly chart, 50 EMA on the hourly chart of crude oil. You're looking for $70.50. Yeah, that could easily happen. Yeah, 70.50, right along with this trend line of resistance that I have. Absolutely. Absolutely. That could easily happen. All right. I will see you all in the afternoon session. Again, if anything crazy happens, I will be sure to swing back on to the charts here. But markets are just stuck in a bit of a choppy sideways range. A little bit of lower price action, but they're just grinding it lower and lower a little bit, but still very, very tough with Microsoft trading at the all-time high price here. Very, very tough market to really fade if you don't get any sort of a reasonable pullback on MSFT. The only thing that the bears are kind of trying to do right now, but Microsoft is negated, is potentially trying to break down this SOXX chart. You're getting a short-term bearish cross on the 5 minute with your 7 and 20. So a bit of a bear flag, potential bearish cross over the key moving average. This one could sell down a little bit lower on the semiconductors. Obviously, you got to keep in mind NVDA and AMD and the likes of the whole complex are phenomenally strong today. But realistically, this market's not going to dip too far if Microsoft remains at these levels. Microsoft retests the lower boundary range. I have a trend line sitting around 478.50. If it can retest that, then you should retest the lows on SPY. But for the time being, the markets are still very, very strong. A lot of technical bounces off of Friday's sell-off. Bitcoin still holding strength. Qs are obviously leading the charge to the upside. But we'll see if they want to sell us a little bit off into the afternoon. I would consider buying SPY. Let's actually look at the SPX chart here. Go to the 15-minute chart. If SPY were to backtest, it's an aggressive buy around 602.50. It would be an aggressive buy, but that is kind of an area that I'm eyeing up. It would be better if SPY could retest its prior day high at 601.85. I'd definitely be a buyer off of a bounce there. Okay. So keep Microsoft on watch, keep those semis, because those are your bright spots of the market. They will dictate whether the indices sell off here a little bit more. Obviously, there's a head and shoulders on SPY potentially trying to break. There also might be a bear flag forming here on the 5 minute. As you can see, we are seeing some sell side pressure right now.
far back, how far down we're gonna pull.
Yeah. So let me go back to Qs. All right, so Qs couldn't get back over, still couldn't get back over that 530, 510. So now it's getting another leg down. My next target is 533.65 on the Qs. McDonald's, let's fucking go. Pardon my.
Yeah, that's pretty close to what the VWAP is.
Yep. Oh, yeah. If McDonald's loses this right here, 297.12, it's 292.74 for McDonald's. About to turn into a junior cheeseburger. All right, the level I gave you guys before on SPY was 603. It's at 603.20 right now. So just watch that 603 area on SPY. If it loses
Our
that,
puts
my
are now
next level down is
basically back
601.
into break-even
Hold on.
zone, so I'm hopping back here.
601.30 on SPY. If it loses 603, up there it is, 602.80.
Because we are starting to see a little bit more volatility.
Crude oil just popped too.
Crude oil popping.
Boom. Lock those profits in.
Let's go. Bing
Good
bong.
to go.
So again, a little bit more volatility. As I wanted to step away, markets took a nice sell side dip. Realistically, Microsoft saw a bit of selling off of that 5-minute candle. It's getting a big wick now, but the head and shoulders target still in play. See, is still an inverse correlation between oil and the markets. So SPY again, still on watch for this head and shoulders pattern. SOXX bear flag looks like it's going to trend lower. Still seeing Microsoft getting bought up pretty much at every single dip and turn. That's the main culprit for this market still being so strong. But we'll see if SPY wants to fulfill the downside target around 602.35. Big bounce back higher. Still see this parallel channel as acting as support and resistance for the indices. Microsoft still high on the hog here. Tesla's trying to firm up as well. NVDA curling back down. Bit of distribution coming back into the semis. Remember, semis are the strongest sector of the market right now, pumping up tech. So just be mindful if semis go through a bit of downward rotation today, we could see a little bit lower price in the equity markets, but still a tough index to short. SPY's coming into that 602.50 support zone. Distribution occurring in the equity markets. Again, downside head and shoulders target takes us into this zone over here. But there should be some aggressive buying around the 602.50. Let's see if we can get another little dip in the session. Let's take a peek at Microsoft again. That's coming down here, so we could continue to go a little bit lower if Microsoft wants to have a bit of a failed breakout intraday. We're watching semis as well. Tesla's still trading under 330. SPY still hanging in there. Potential hourly topping tail on Microsoft, guys. Potential hourly topping tail on MSFT. That is looking a little bit heavier in this vicinity. If the market quickly dips from the zone, I'm looking at trimming my put options by 602 0 DTEs. Come on, give us another little dip. We should have one more little dip at least. Again, a bit of a bear flag in the making. Microsoft still trying to get a 5-minute chart bounce here though. Oil trading at 69.50. Come on. Let's see what we can get here. This could be, come on. Let's see if we want to get a little bit more. Microsoft's still holding though. Let's look at where the selling is coming from. Selling are coming from the semis yet again. A little bit of sell side in SOXX. Take us to the promised land. Semis are curling back up. See, SPX is sitting right on this hourly chart trend line. The SPX holds this area, then we're likely going to push to about 6,080 in the next couple days. I'd be shocked if it happened today, but stranger things. is where we could see the NDX. You have a lot of support on the NDX right in this vicinity here. NASDAQ around 21,860 to 21,830. Big surge back on Microsoft. NVDA trying to curl back up.
Maybe I need to go make more coffee again. Come back and see a bigger drop. TSLA.
Oh, market's getting a pretty decent bounce here.
Yeah, McDonald's printing Morningstar reversal on the 5 minute for McDonald's, so it could come back and test. I mean, it's not 297.40. SPY getting a nice bounce. NVDA getting a nice bounce. QQQ is getting a bounce. Google got a bounce. Palantir selling off. Tesla getting a bounce. Apple just consolidating right here at 197.30. Nike consolidating at 61.53. Oh, how did I miss this? Archer Aviation, ACHR. 15 minutes looks pretty bullish. It came back down and filled the gap, and now it's bouncing right at my level at 1019. If you could get back over the high of the day at 1054.
Archer is up against, it bounced off of the 200-hour though.
Oh, okay. It looks good right here.
If it could break through 1050, then
Yeah, that's what I have.
there's lots of momentum there.
Yep.
I'm gonna send an alert for that.
Whoa, Hood. Robinhood looking good. If she could get over this level right here. Well, she's holding over the level I wanted her to hold over, which was 75, 80. Next level I have is 76, 71. And then it could go and test the highs from July 6th, which was 77.80.
UMAC, $10.18, new high a day.
Bing bong. That's
Yeah, I saw 20% up.
that's a big Kev play right there. Special for y'all.
I thought that would pull back a little bit.
Pull back. This thing is like, see ya.
Yeah, damn, I couldn't even unmute. Yeah, for the most part, I'm mostly out of UMAC, but I still have a common position in at 596.
Oh man, I wish I added to top golf down here, bro. When it came back down and tested that breakout, I should have bought more commons. It's almost back to higher day on top golf.
Yeah, had a nice little bounce.
Yes, sir.
Get back over that 830.
Mm-hmm. Um,
BWXT is looking good. It's up 5% today.
if McDonald's gets over 297.65, it could run back up to 300. So you could mark that on your stuff if you guys want to.
You said 297.65?
Yep, on McDonald's.
Oh yeah, right back into the VWAP bands.
Yep.
Anybody else like Joby here, Joby?
I'll rather go with Archer, but yeah, I don't dislike it.
Apple, did you really do that just now? You really did. You did.
Can Qs get back to the higher day? Grab QQQ 536 zeros.
Let me see. You said 235.
235 on Qs?
I mean 535. Sorry.
Yeah, I said 536.
Oh, okay.
I
If you
said,
could
can
get back
Qs get back to the higher day?
over 535.10, yes. Oh, CSX getting over my level. Let's go. My call's done.
Trump, deal of Canada achievable within days or weeks?
Yeah, Bobby, I don't like your answer because 510 is essentially the high a day. It's like 20 something, 20. It's like a quarter away. I'm talking about from this point. It's like a $0.50 away from your point. Can it get to the high a day from
The
here?
higher
Yeah or
day
nay?
on Tuesday is 535. It's 530,
Like I
537.
said, it's a quarter away from your level. So what I'm saying is, can it get from here? Can it get there?
Over 530, 510. I like it to get to the higher day. Otherwise,
So
no.
above 530, 510, you like it to move another quarter. So
Well,
another 25 cents.
yeah, I mean, hey, yes, sir.
That's not
I
an
mean,
answer. I will go with what
all
I'm
right.
going
Okay,
with.
so let me
Whatever.
see.
Never
All right,
mind.
let
Don't
me
worry
see.
about it. Let's move on. I'm already in the calls. Whatever. Let's move forward.
No, remember earlier, over 530, 510, I said it could get to 537. So, yeah, I like it over 530, 510 to go to 537.
I didn't say anything at 537. That's not the high day. Yeah, I'm not talking about Wednesday's high, like, right? I'm talking about today's high from here. But anyway, we've spent too much time on it. I think that me and you got our bands crossed. Looking at the VIX look like it's slightly pulling back. Uh, Bitcoin is Bitcoin just kind of just starting to create what looks like a bull flag and potentially trying to break out of that bull flag and try to go push towards 110. The Q, SPY, everything looks productive. IWM's looking like it's found its footing and pushing higher, similarly to the Dow. Tesla's creating a triangle pattern, which could break either way to the to the upside or the downside. I'm gonna bank on the upside currently because it's held up against the resistance area right now, but it's starting to get a little thin, so it's getting ready to break. Microsoft is creating a bit of a channel, a little small triangle pattern, which is ready to break one way or the other. Meta, after having that pretty decent push up, is rejected currently, testing 700 as support. NVIDIA looks bullish, butted up against that 146 resistance, see if it can break through it. Google looks bearish. Amazon is mid, like can't really tell if it's bullish or bearish. That's all I got.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Top Golf. 831. 831 on Top Golf. Look at that V.
Let's go. I love
Uh,
looking at V's.
yes. 100%.
W's, then W2s. Just not feeling
Yes,
them
sir.
W2s.
Yep. Tesla. Okay, you're gonna get over my level. You're gonna work now. We're back to work. Okay. All right.
Tesla
So
looks productive to break that triangle to the upside.
yeah, let me see what these 360s are doing. Okay, they're up 7%. All right, Tessie. I have 332.55 for Tesla. Next level. Above that, I have, what is this? The high from 611, which was 335.50. Then I have 342.13. Tesla looks good here. This Valero chart is beautiful. VLO, the chart is nice. Not gonna lie to you. Even look at the daily chart on VLO. Big ass cup, and then it just made the handle. And this 4-hour candle look like it wants to go to Valhalla. So yeah, looks good, Valero. This SRM Entertainment just almost touched $11 just now. These candles. Oh, McDonald's couldn't get over that level, so that means it's about to dump.
Let's go.
Yeah. Spy.
Tesla couldn't get above 331.50.
Yeah. Um. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's looking like it ain't gonna make it back to that high day. At least not right now. Like it's about to break down.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of positioning on SPX at
And just so you guys know,
6,000.
for people in the audience, when I have disagreements with any of the speakers up here, I don't take it personally. I actually like it because I don't want to be trading with a bunch of yes men. So don't think that we're arguing. It's not.
I hate when mom and dad fight.
Yep, got stopped out of those calls for a loss.
Spy fighting at VWAP.
What'd you do? Heat you up some coffee or something?
Yeah, I just did because I made my coffee and left it, and I went over there and it's freezing cold, so I just had to
I do
reheat
that
it.
same shit. I do it all the time. I'll pour me a fresh cup and I'll take one sip and then an hour later I haven't taken but one sip.
Yeah, that's exactly what just happened.
it made a valiant effort to try to push back to the top and couldn't even get close. So it's a fade for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
No way it
Yeah.
gets back to the high day now, in my opinion.
Unless the president comes out and
Unless it
says,
clears 535.10.
"Yep, there you go."
I wonder where the Wall Street Journal was getting their reporting from that Iran was trying to be soft. Because I just thought that was soft, and I know they was like, shit, man, we ain't said no soft ass shit like that.
Yeah, I don't know where they got that from, bro. I'd like to know as well. uh, Man, they're holding view up on SPY.
Oh no, this is done, bro. It's over with. This has been a dump.
Hmm. Looks like it definitely looks like it wants to.
Yeah, I just loaded me some puts. Let's go.
Yeah, on on SPY I have 601.40 and 601.30. I don't know where this thing just popped up right here at 601.40. So they might bring it down and at that level. Below that is 600. So cues.
QQQ, I got 11 at 533.05.
533.05. 5 cents difference, huh? Nice.
That's just where the line is at. I mean, it's just
Mm.
that's a previous high that I have marked. So
All right, copy. Hmm. Oh, okay. I see what you're playing right there.
yeah, I'm trying to figure this out too. You just come out the blue. I ain't heard you say one word today, and then just nothing. Hey, I'm playing for bounce. I'm getting called. Can you set it
Yeah.
up for us? Can you let us see what you're seeing?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm seeing what you're seeing, right? We hit my target on the upside, like 604.50, sort of, basically got there. And then we just been pulling back and we stopped at VWAP one time,
Mm-hmm.
bounced a little bit. Now we stopped at VWAP again here. So I'm saying, all right, well, let's go for this bounce.
Yeah. I see what he's
Uh,
playing. Yeah. There's if you look
I
at
see that,
the
but I tried to play that the last time and that was just an exercise of
yeah,
futility for me because I tried to play
yeah.
that bounce the last
so
time.
what I see is the last time it was a little bit lower. So we're a little bit higher than we were last time. So which I think is a good candidate for a bounce because we didn't go as low as we did
Yeah.
last time,
If you look
marginally.
if you look at the 2 minute, 3 minute, and 5 minute, it looks like a W setting up to the upside on SPY.
Yeah, sorry, I did just kind of barge in and just say that shit.
No. Yeah, we're like, wait, what? 604, but I see what you're playing. Makes sense.
I liked it better last time. Now I just kind of like the fade now. I'm just because like you're right. It didn't make a lower low, right, but it didn't make a higher high either. It had already been faded from the top multiple times, drug out up there. That's the only reason why it's tentative though. It could go either way. Only this time I loaded the boat.
Google. Hmm.
Oh, I could finally unmute. Like wasn't letting me unmute. All
Yeah.
right, so I will cut these if it goes below that prior low that you tried to play, Kev. So that's all I wanted to say there.
Hmm.
Yeah, I was having mute issues earlier.
I mean, it looks like it's going through right now. Yeah, let's see though.
All right, so my level is 601.40 and 601.30 for SPY if it can't hold VWAP, which it's under right now. It's at
Yeah,
603 is that level, man. And then on QQQs, I have 5 535. 05 is Kev's level. My level is 535.10.
it's back over VWAP. Let me look at this on the 15. Let's see what you're seeing here. I mean, I like it on the 15 for a little bounce too. I just see wicks through the VWAP. I don't see any bodies.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the bounce here because I mean it just pulled down lower, but I like to go a little lower. I want to see it hit that level.
Let me, while we're not doing anything, let me look through this purple pill and see what's in there. Butters.
So with QQQ, my line in the sand is 534.12. I just want to make sure the closes stay below that 534.12, and then I'd like the net. Well, for the next level I got is 533.05, and then the next level under that is 532.47.
Guys, if you're in the audience, when you put stuff in the purple pill, just tag me. I'll see it faster that way.
If you're putting shit in the purple pill for me, don't tag me because I don't want to see it. Come up here and talk to me. I'd rather talk to you.
I don't know if anyone else is looking at Gamma, but it doesn't. It looks like this. Might want to hang out at this level here. 603 SPY. Do see positive Gamma above and below it though, but it's pretty balanced right here. All right, it's breaking. I'm cutting these. Small loss, not big.
Yeah, not big.
Whatever 162 to 148 is, not a huge.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's 15%.
Nice. That's normally where I cut mine anyway. 15%. Is Trump talking today at any point? Does anybody know?
Zero clue. Well, he's supposed to have been talking at 1 to like Canada somewhere. I forget what brother said. I don't.
Yeah, the G7 stuff. So I'm just looking at SPY right here. See, you see the 15. Oh yeah,
I grabbed 601 puts one
yeah,
day.
yeah. I had 601.
I think you'll have a lot of addresses from the G7 leaders at the end of the day.
Yeah, for sure. Got that 20-year in 15 minutes, plus the Carney Trump meeting.
I like to call it the circle jerk.
601.40 for SPY to the downside. Then I have a small level at 601.30. Right below that, it's 600. It's QQQ.
Yeah, pre-market high 601.40. It's a good target.
QQQ. Whoa. Oh my gosh, McDonald's, bro. Back onto that level. This thing is dumping.
Thanks for that call out. I got a small put position. I might increase it here.
Yeah, that's A-man for you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that looks like a nice dumperoo.
Mm-hmm.
They need to bring the McRib back early.
They might need to do it today.
I've got August 275s on that.
Oh baby, look at Top Golf. Higher day 834.
Let's go.
Market leader, Top Golf, baby.
I probably should be flat. Looks like we're just gonna stay here until 1. Get direction then.
It's not gonna go quietly. Make a little noise.
Yeah, she's she's gonna fight here at VWAP on both SPY and Qs. Shit, everything is fighting at VWAP, even Tesla, Google as well. All fighting.
QQQ just retested at 534.12 for resistance.
Mhm. SPY back over 603. Is there news? Anybody see anything?
Damn, Bitcoin looks super bullish right here. Bitcoin looks like it's headed straight to 110. You got the mags that pulled back, look like it's kind of holding, trying to find support. The VIX, after having to push up to 1930, is pulling back slightly. The market is trying to catch a bid on that. Everything has pulled back and trying to find support. Possibly could see a rally here on all the mags, or we can see some more pain. Currently, everything getting a bounce. VIX pulling back slightly, but Bitcoin is bullish. Play your Bitcoin proxies.
IBIT, baby. I'm already in that. Um, Dude, look at AMD. What the hell? Up 10%?
Grab some BitX calls.
That's the leverage one, right?
Indeed.
I like the 57s for Friday. That one. I don't know what you're looking at.
Bro, I didn't understand the words you said. You was super scratchy on my end. I don't know if it was like that for
Oh,
anybody else.
I was chewing some crackers. I was gonna say I like the 57s for Friday on that one.
Yeah, I got the 57s and the 60s.
to auction.
So, like I said, it wanted to test that 534.12 for resistance. Currently rejecting it. QQQ.
Current 20-year yield is 4.936.
Man, that actually was a bullish 15-minute close, even though it closed under that level. QQQ. Was the auction bullish? I heard they were supposed to be selling like 18 billion.
I don't know yet. Might take a minute or two to. Oh, looks like yields dropped a little bit. I don't know. It's not really ticking yet. B plus, Andy Constant, B plus auction. It's kind of neutralish, I guess. For reference, he gave the 30-year auction an A plus last week. Looks like yields are up a little bit after that auction, so it wasn't that great. Nothing to write home about, though.
Palantir looks like it's fighting here at VWAP to the upside. Uh, go back and test higher day if it clears 143.
Am I tripping? Am I tripping, or is the VIX starting to create a big ass hammer?
I don't have updated VIX. My VIX stuff is done.
What time frame, Kev? Oh yeah, I'd see that. It pulled back to like 1882, and then now it's back up at 1930. Let me look
I'm
at the
gonna.
15. Yeah, that's a big ass hammer, Kev. I see that on the 15-minute.
Yeah, I couldn't unmute. I was about to say on the 15. That's the only chart I'm looking at is the 15. I'm not looking at anything else. Otherwise, I'm gonna say look at the daily or the hourly because I'm a default 15-minute trader. That's just me.
We now return to your regularly scheduled dump.
Yes, sir. Come on, Spy. 60140. Let's go. Send it.
Yeah, I threw some put flow that cheddar flow posted up top. First buy in the Qs.
Okay, that's decently out of the money there. Interesting.
projection into Wednesday, and things are coming in a bit, but we'll see. This market just continues to frickin' get bought up no matter what's happening. It's wild. I'd like to see it come in a bit, though.
With Powell on Wednesday into a holiday, and then having a holiday into quad witching is just
Wild.
weird.
And then a week later, another holiday. And then, we have July 4th on a Thursday? Friday? So that whole Thursday will be quiet. Everybody will leave at lunchtime.
The whole week will be quiet.
Yeah.
Friday, 4th of July, people will take off that whole week. Friday is going to be probably one of the weirdest days to trade ever, with huge option expiration, but a holiday the day before. Probably a lot of people taking a long weekend if they can. The volume today is super low.
And some House Republicans are already speaking out about that. Let's get to Emily Wilkins with that story. Emily, as we're also hearing more about some deeper Medicaid cuts that might be happening as that Senate version comes out this afternoon. But this one, obviously, the SALT fight is a major one.
Filled.
I mean, Kelly, you're going to have to be looking at all of these different provisions when the Senate drops their version of the tax portion for Trump's mega bill this afternoon. But yes, one of the things that we already know could be a potential conflict point for this bill, once again, is this SALT deduction. Senate Majority Leader John Thune said over the weekend to expect a lower number than that 40,000 cap that the House agreed to. Thune told Fox News over the weekend that you don't want to have low tax states subsidizing high tax states. So I think at the end of the day, we'll find a landing spot, hopefully, that will get the votes that we need in the House. Well, of course, House lawmakers from high tax states like New York and California say it's actually their states that are ultimately sending more in taxes to D.C. than they get back in terms of federal services. At least one member, Congressman Nicola Lota, said he wouldn't support any bill if the cap for SALT was even $1 less than $40,000 that the House agreed to. Now, the Senate is, as you mentioned, expected to make additional changes, some of them on Medicaid. Others were expecting the Senate to potentially extend some of those clean energy tax credits, so more projects will be able to qualify for them than under the House bill. And, of course, changes to that retaliatory tax, the so-called revenge tax on foreign investors and businesses. Plus, remember that House fiscal hawks are going to be watching this very closely to see if the bill continues the balance of cuts and spending that they helped negotiate in the House. Now, most details of the Senate's tax piece are expected this afternoon, although we've been told that some details could potentially be delayed as lawmakers continue to try to find consensus around some of the more stickier parts of this bill. Now, so do they think it's going to stay at 40 or come down? And if it comes down, how far can it come down before the House?
How about these moves in these quantum stocks?
Oh, yeah, they've been moving today.
QUBT up.
It's crazy. War's on. Buy quantum, huh?
22%.
Yeah, me and Ep was saying that earlier.
That's squeezy.
Yeah.
They're going to lose the key group of House Republicans who say they're not going to support this bill if it goes too low. And so it's going to be a little bit of back and forth here.
Still holding that
Meanwhile, certainly not the only
gap it made as well.
Senate Republicans and House Republicans as they try to figure out what the sweet spot is for some of these things like tax credits, like Medicaid, and like SNAP. All right, Emily, thanks, and we'll see what the next couple of hours bring in the latest of this saga. Emily Wilkins. Coming up, stocks are higher despite Middle East tensions, and oil is down about 1.5%. It was down 5% at the lows today. And reports Iran could be willing to negotiate. Crude oil prices still up about 5% since last Thursday before Israel launched its attack. We'll get one trader's take on how to play the energy space after this.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry, Casey. I was eating bread.
What's up, guys?
So, brother. You got some spreads on today, don't you?
No, I did not take a spread today.
Oh, no.
I did not.
Gotcha.
Working out
Morning was wild, but after that, just kind of fizzled down a little bit.
We did hit the SPY target, 602.37 for those puts from the top this morning, and I did close them out.
I saw you nailed the little intraday longs too.
Yeah, right there was a great spot. I just scalped it on futures. I didn't take it on options because I'm doing the small account challenge
Yeah,
for trading SPY, and I used the buying power this morning for the short and just kind of held that all day until it hit that target there, and then locked up that account. And then for the long there, I just took futures on it for a little bit,
good stuff.
but it hit that level perfectly, and a nice reaction off it as well.
Love to see it.
The future of trading is here on Robinhood Legend, the new desktop trading platform. Visualize
The Robinhood Legend.
Yeah, right.
Sizzling summer.
So well, we got 7 minutes till a new hour. Maybe we spice it up a little bit going into that, but this day is flying by pretty fast, I'll say. Coinbase trying her hardest to stay up there, hold these gains. Coming in a little bit from the high. Tesla still barcoding. She's going to be on that note today, it looks like. Doesn't really help the choppiness in NQ. And getting below that half back to the last 15-minute candle that shot us up. Yes, again, much weaker today. Almost already at those lows. NQs, like 50 points, 40 points from those lows. Yes, just tap that low of the range. And then took it out. Now, can NQ take out these range lows? It's pretty far from it, considering where ES is. If we do, we'll flip that 4-hour candle red, but we have that new one opening in a minute and a half. ES continuing through those lows. There's that new candle open. New hour. Oh. Beautiful day for sitting in some spreads. I know Knots is enjoying that. Let's see, does ES try and sweep those lows, reclaim? It's trying to right now. And Q is still holding them. Yo, what's up, George?
Hey, how's it going?
Good afternoon.
Yeah,
How you
another
doing?
another interesting day, right?
And just a slow one after those morning moves. It's basically straight up into the open and then just not much happening after. So just
Well,
cruising through the morning.
it feels like we never really get a break from this. It's like it's kind of like the tariffs. Tariffs were on, tariffs were off, the war's on, the war's off.
Yeah.
It's like This year is the most news driven, like news cycle driven year that I've ever witnessed.
Oh, and there's a lot of factors this week too, just with F1C, and then we're closed Thursday, and then we're back open Friday just for it to be options expiry day, where all the options are expiring. And
Yeah,
so I know it's just gonna make it like pretty weird throughout the week. So I'm picking my spots wisely this week.
but I will say this, like I'd say that FOMC, like typically that's a pretty big thing, but like lately it's not, it's just been like, holding steady, you know, maybe Powell like, says things that make people like a little more cautious, but like I don't know if that's going to work on this market. I think this market is like it's one of the more bullish markets that I've seen, despite the fact that there's like definite macro concerns. Nobody seems to care.
Yeah, yeah. There's yeah, and I've seen that. Just it's funny being in Prospero last week. I don't know how it's looking this week. I haven't taken a look yet, but last week we had like multiple of the big Mag 7 names on the short-term bull list, and I'm just like through all of this is crazy. And market has continued to hold up even though we sold off a little bit Friday. Intraday it looked nasty, but we didn't go anywhere. We went right back to Monday's open, And so it's just funny, like you say. They just keep buying it. They don't care.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I would say that like we're seeing QQQ net option sentiment go into the above 50 today, and SPY staying at 3. So I think we're seeing people that are still hedging aggressively but playing tech, and I mean I think that's pretty much what we're witnessing in the market, right? But I think that like I think it's always good to look at those two numbers together, right? I think it's definitely a good time to play tech, but like definitely not to get too comfortable, definitely to have some downside protection because, I do think that, even though like the war was, when the war was on, we got a pretty big hit, but the market recovered pretty well from that. Now that it's kind of off, we're seeing the markets charge back, but you know, it could be, it's looking good, but like, that's a pretty tense situation. Like even if we're just looking at that alone, I wouldn't be going tilting too far bullish without some kind of hedge in this market. And that's what we're seeing institutions do. And it's never a good idea to drift too far away from what the institutions are doing.
Yeah, agreed. 100% agree. You got any tickers that are popping up on the Prospero list for this week that are maybe different than last week? Catching your eye?
I mean, not necessarily that are different. I mean, I'm just what I really liked about the price action for Palantir. Um, in the last few weeks is that not only are we seeing it get kind of that tech boost, um, I think we're also seeing, in terms of like, yeah, oh, I'm concerned about war, like those kind of escalations. I think we're seeing it get kind of like sympathetic trading activity, to the fact that it is a popular defense stock. It is involved in, intelligence. So I think that like that's what makes, especially if you want a stock that you could see a lot of gains with that might be more insulated if tensions in the Middle East escalate again. I think Palantir is great for that. I also got back into Robinhood this morning. I think that, not only is there just a lot of speculation on Robinhood, it's looking it's looking really solid. It's looked really solid in that option sentiment and um and upside for a bit now. I just think that like there's so much interest in the markets with all this volatility, and I think like the more interest, the more trading action, the more Robinhood becomes an interesting option. And I mean, up, down, like how it's going to be, I don't know, but like I'm fairly certain we're going to continue to see this volatility, and I think that makes Robinhood a good long.
Oh yeah. I like Robin. I still want to see that 85 all-time high.
Yeah,
She's just waiting for it. She's
I
waiting
think
for
we'll
it.
probably push it unless there's another like, kind of macro threat. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, on the short side, I'm really liking Pecco today. I got in. That's been at the bottom of our momentum score a little bit. Phillips Edison and Company. I mean, that's kind of nice because the real estate's been a little soft. And it is a real estate company, but it's also in like utilities adjacent. So like I think those two, especially if there's disappointing news on rates this week, I think that's a good hedge. I think that's a good short.
Oh, I'm gonna look at that chart. Echo.
Yeah, I just pulled
What's
up
the ticker?
PECI. I just pulled up 4 hour. It looks good on the 4. It doesn't look great on the daily, but like on the 4 hour, yeah, on my EMAs, it's looking pretty good. On the TTM squeeze, it's looking pretty good, but not on the daily. The daily, it's looking quite solid.
Yeah, we don't talk about the bear list enough.
Yeah, I mean,
Some good
especially
ones
like
on there a long
I
time.
think in terms of the bulls, like what I have to say about right now, it's not like it's not all that um original. I was like looking for the it's like the names you'd expect. I mean, actually a name that looks good in our screener. Um oh, this is interesting. Qubit, QBTS is in our that's the first time it's in kind of a specialized bull screener, but that's the first time I've seen it pop up in any of our screeners.
Okay. They have been buying quantum. Seems like
Yeah,
getting a
and
nice
actually looks
pickup.
like it might have bottomed out a little bit. I'm tempted. I'm tempted to get in with
It
it
seems
looking
like it
good in
wants to stay
Prospero.
away from that gap that's sitting below us. I mean, with us gapping up from that area this
Yes,
morning.
it definitely looks like. I mean, it looks like it's hit close to those levels, right? We saw it bottom out at 1530. We saw it bottom out at 1510, then kind of it bottom out at 1515. Then again, this latest time at 1570. Oh no, at 1484, right? So it looks like that 15 level is pretty safe, and it's at 1605. So I'm talking myself into getting into qubits right now.
Yeah, something to keep an eye on.
I'm pulling the trigger. I love
Pulling the
doing these.
trigger.
I love doing these live if I can on this, but
Oh yeah.
I'm getting in. I actually I was pretty short. I started the day 6 long and 8 short, but now I'm evening out for obvious reasons.
Yeah. Tesla's been rough today, just mainly a barcode. Trying to get to the downside a little bit now. Filled the gap
Yeah,
overnight, and held that, but just nowhere, going nowhere.
yeah.
Really slow. Netflix too, it's been kind of weak lately, but still holding up
Netflix
well. It's just
Netflix can never get a critical mass. Like it can get really good in net option sentiment, but it can never get a critical mass going in upside. Oh, by the way, that's a good thing to report on. Um, Amazon Amazon's been kind of lower in upside, but it shot up to 76 today. And I'd probably be in Amazon if it didn't, like, normally it's higher, but it's descending in net option sentiment. It's at 49, which leads me to believe that institutions have really kind of switched their exposure from shorter term to longer term, but I don't know what that means. Like I don't know if that's because there's bad news coming in the short term, or it's just that they want to switch up the makeup of theirs, and there's kind of like a hard cutoff for net option sentiment versus upside, so it could just be like a slight tweak to the exposure.
yeah, all I know is this morning AMD was ridiculous. That it was probably the most straight up stock this morning that we
Yeah,
have
I
like
mean,
on
was
our
there a
normal
news
watch list.
event
Look
around
at
that?
that.
Like, what's going on with that?
They let me find the tweet that Evan put out. There was something. I forget what he said. Let me find it. There wasn't much news today, so it'll be easy to find. Amazon just announced, this is 13 hours ago he posted it. Amazon just announced plans to invest $12 billion in Australia to upgrade its AI data center infrastructure in the region. So I imagine that it's mainly ripping kind of off of that. Um,
What about
Besides
AMD?
that,
Like,
there's
did you
nothing
mean
really
to say
else.
AMD? You said Amazon.
Oh, that was Amazon. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
wondering what the AMD news is.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't know if there was any. Yeah, you're right. That was Amazon. My bad.
I mean,
Both AMs. Amazon did well this morning too. Just it did not look like AMD. Oh my gosh.
yeah.
Let me see if somebody else posted it. Yeah, I don't see anything big.
It's interesting.
Seems more just like positive sentiment when I scroll Twitter after looking up AMD. A lot of positive sentiment.
Yeah, but that's still like still interesting. That it wasn't like any any particular piece of news. Like to go up like 10%. That's
I know, not that I see at least.
yeah.
I was so focused on like the other I was focused on the NQ chart this morning that I didn't get time to really dive into it and see if there was anything. I'm looking on some other sources right now, see if I can find more. AMD pops as Piper Sandler UPS price target sees GPU snapback. I think it's something more than that, but shares soared nearly 8% on Monday after Piper Sandler said it expects a snapback in its GPU business. Yeah, I mean, Kumar, which has a buy rating on AMD, upped its price target on the Dr. Lisa
Uh,
Sulek company to 140 to 140 from 125. Comments come after AMD made several announcements last week, including showing off its M1 series AI accelerators. Company also hinted at its upcoming M1 400.
hmm.
M1, MI? I think MI. My bad. I think it's MI.
Yeah. I mean,
Website I'm looking at has it like, can't really tell if it's an I or one.
yeah, I don't know.
Interesting stuff. For it to rip that much as well.
Yeah.
How's option sentiment on it? Let's see. Almost 80? Oh no, it's 95. Oh, that ain't half bad. And Q still holding up really well. It's quite slow still. Really didn't see too much going into 2 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah, especially with it really evening out, after the pop this morning. I just don't I don't think there's anything too interesting.
Coinbase is doing good today though.
Oh,
That's been a
really? I
great one
thought about
today.
adding it this weekend.
7.35% on the day.
Yeah.
Gapped up, it touched halfback of the gap and soared from there.
Yeah, it looks like it had some positive analyst coverage. Some people saying that the rip is just getting started. I mean,
variation also, but the options were a bit. The last time I looked, it was a bit like both bullish and bearish. Let me check. Like people are buying all the bullish ones with a lot of time out. Last time I looked.
Tesla's trying to push here. Tesla's trying to get a little bounce. Microsoft looked like it's done. Yeah, Microsoft has support resistance level 478.67. It loses that, it's back down to 474. Matter of fact, I might play some Microsoft puts. IWM looks weak. Dow looks weak. Uh, Nvidia still looks weak, but oh man, Google's pushing to the upside. Google looks bullish. Amazon's middling, but Google looks bullish. Google looks bullish. Microsoft bearish. That's your fair trade.
There we go, Qs. Are you starting to wake up? Qs are at VWAP. See if they bounce again.
Damn, my Reddit call's already up 18%. Got the 140s for next week. Let's go Reddit.
Yo, hey man, I don't know if you have SBSW still, but probably bought this for you too. I see a 8 printing on the mark exhaustion. So maybe we get a 9 tomorrow. Maybe a pullback, but I'm not sure yet. Just I see an 8 for me.
To me, the only things that really kind of give any kind of direction of what they want to do is Google. Google looks like it wants to continue press higher, test high a day. Microsoft looks bearish, bent over. Looks like it wants to go kiss its own ass. And Meta looks like it wants to go try to test high a day. Everything else is just kind of, I don't know what I want
Yo, you said kiss its own ass. That's hilarious.
So a little bit about the sectors. The leading sectors are XLF, XLC, and XLK. Not too shabby.
to. Yeah, not 100% sure about the Microsoft puts, although I think those will print. Not really 100% sure about it, but I think Google calls and Meta calls a print right here. Damn, look at Tesla. Tesla's getting a nice push here. Cheddar Flow just posted some more bearish drip. Posted it up top. Oh, the VIX look like it's trying to push. VIX said don't want to stay down.
Checking these things.
So about 4 minutes ago, Fooney, it's Fooney and not funny. Fooney put in the purple pill below. Tel Aviv was told to evacuate for the next attack.
Mm,
Uh-oh.
yes.
Long and gold. I'm already in my RTX calls. You got Lockheed. We need
Mm-hmm.
to get do we need to get oil, get back in tanker plays.
What is VLO doing? What's Valera doing?
I don't know.
Let's see. Valera, VLO. Oh, yeah. Look at, she's moving. 15 minute. Looks like she's ready to over this level or get to 140 real quick. And then let's see this daily chart. Oh, look at the daily chart on this thing, bro. It's 30 minutes. Yeah, she looks very strong. Even at the 15:30 1 hour, 2 hour looks good. Yep. Yeah, this spot, this price action on SPY.
Hey guys. Hello.
Yo,
I was gonna say it's gay, because if so, I agree.
um, yeah, we'll go with whatever you said.
Gay.
I mean, am I wrong?
Exception
Price
clause.
action is gay as hell. We about to dump since the VIX is trying to pump. Pumps in the bumps.
Yes, yes, sir. It does not look good right now. Let's see something. Oh, Apple is kind of dumping right now too. It's back under 198 on Apple. Let me see what else. Google is dumping right now too. Palantir sold off a little bit. AMD is coming down. McDonald's say, screw y'all. McDonald's 298. Remember what I said at McDonald's over that level it could go back to 300. It's at 298 right now. Tesla. Oh, Tesla went back to 330.68 and got rejected. Hood. Let me check on MOTG.
Yeah, it's good on my side.
Oh, Top Golf, baby, market leader. Back to higher day, 837. Let's go.
That's the name I did not expect.
I know that one is wild.
What was the ticker? Top Golf.
MODG.
Huh.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, we found that one I guess last week, Big Kev. Yeah. Me and Big Kev were going through some tickers. I think it was 30.
Yeah, that's when it was
Yeah.
last week.
Yep.
I didn't know Callaway and Top Golf together.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I think they merged back in like 2022 or 23, or early 23 or late 22, mid
Yeah, I
22.
think you sent it to me already.
BB. Can you
There's nothing really that I know about because I
BB.
like on the Kenio side we don't
Hey,
have
just
BB.
muting,
duplication
bro. You're a
issues, so it's
host. You're a
only on
co-host.
Magento.
Muting. Sorry about that.
Oh, good.
Okay, Spy looks like it wants to come to the basement. Hang out for a little bit. Come on, Spy,
It's
lose the
trying.
602. Yeah. Come on. Eli Lilly looks like garbage right now. LLY, ticker LLY. It's dumping. Wow. Carnival Cruise Line up 5%, almost 6% today. Still looks like it wants to push further. Let's see something. 30
Yeah, cruise lines are doing good, right, in
minute.
this environment.
Yep.
But if airlines can be a bit shaky, you know.
Yeah.
Wondering what's holding this market up.
Um.
Should be waterfalling now, right?
Mm-hmm. Honeywell.
Yeah, if Qs can get through that 533 support, I got the next level down at 531.77
Let me see what that thing is doing.
or 531.80 somewhere in that area.
Yeah, Q looks ugly too. But we know what they're gonna do. They're gonna just play with us all day. What is this? 533. Microsoft looks like dog doodle till 477.80 to the downside at the next level on Microsoft. NVDA is coming down a little bit too. What's going on here? I almost threw my phone across the room. Let's see what else. Another bounce on SPY. Yeah. You know what's crazy is a lot of these rails are doing really good today. Canadian National Railway, CNI, um, what's the other one I just looked at? Norfolk Southern, NSC is up today as well. CSX is up today. Um, hmm,
Yeah, Canada has really interesting stuff.
yeah, CSX. CSX is pushing 32.61.
President Trump is expected to sign a proclamation finalizing U.S.-UK trade deal in the coming days, sources say.
Trade deal with who?
Canada.
Oh,
The
Um.
UK.
Oh, UK. Costco is drilling today.
let's go, amen.
UK. I thought they already had a deal with the UK. What the hell?
Yeah, but probably it was not signed or something like that.
These guys, they're just remixing everything now.
Yeah, that's what I was
Um,
about to say. Maybe it was a tentative deal. You know, then they'll have the tentative deal, then they'll have the finalized deal.
Yeah.
Like that's just how like the deals work.
oh, Oracle. Huh. Down 2.30% today on Oracle. ORCL. And it still looks like it wants to drill on the 15-minute. Looks heavy. All right, SPY 60210. Let's go, man. Drill, just drill.
And those ACDC $12 calls I grabbed earlier up 50%. They're for July. So is that dump coming? That dump coming?
Looking heavy.
Thing heavy as hell.
Yes, sir. Mm. I really don't know what's holding this up right now, to be honest with you, bro. Uh, Tesla looks heavy. Might be Google.
Yep, Google and Meta. Meta haven't really just. I mean, it's pulled back a couple bucks, but they haven't really just pulled back.
Wow. Apple is pulling back too. NVDA is pulling back. About to hit under 145 on NVIDIA. QQQ 533.58. Pulling back. Microsoft. Look at Microsoft. That's that's probably what's pulling the market down with it too. Looks ugly.
Yeah, I said it earlier. Microsoft looks bearish as hell. You might not
Yeah.
have heard it though.
No, my bad.
You must have heard it looking up its ass.
Oh yes, yes. Yes, I remember. Yep.
I'm just saying. Yeah, I grabbed some. I grabbed some lottos. I grabbed some. I grabbed a bunch of 531 QQQ puts.
Yeah, cool. All right, Spy, you're gonna hit on the 602. What are we doing, bro? About to,
It's kind of like a last line of defense, right? So
yeah.
um, you have a sweep of, let's say, the lows from around noontime. So they're trying to hold it, but again, you have to reclaim 60-40 for them to turn the tide. So I don't know. I think the Bulls are just trying to maybe, if anything, have it close positive.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
Hmm. All right, Spy on the 602. What are you doing, bro? Is it gonna hit that target 601.40? That's my target for Spy. And then under that 600.
Hey guys, this is where market makers should defend price action. Right at prior day low, we back tested 601.85 on SPY. Again, this is a big level for market makers to defend. They should see price action bounce from here. You do have a bit of a falling wedge pattern on SPY. A falling wedge pattern can be observed on SPY. We'll see if we try to break out of that falling wedge. But falling wedge patterns are bullish, so this is where you should see markets rebound. And SPY could potentially rally into the end of the session here.
So
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna do that.
yeah, so they took the sweep. I was looking at like swap the lows right now, right? So you get a bullish impulse, but 60-40 ES is there for the real test. So let's see.
So you're talking about June contract, right?
Yeah, June.
Yeah, TradingView switched to September already.
Yeah, I saw that too. I was like, there's still a lot of the most volume will be on June, or it is, I should say, on June.
It tripped me up because I was looking at futures last night. I was like, holy crap, what's up so much? But they switched the contract, so.
Yeah, I was also the same thing. I was very impressed. I was like, okay, because I had a feeling they'll try and live the positive positioning for today, but I didn't expect that much. I was like, whoa, because the highest level I have period is 6120. Yes, but that's June. So I was like, maybe they're gonna go for 6120 today, but I was looking at the wrong one last night.
Getting a buy signal on Google. Yeah, Google is holding the market up. SPY 602.33. This market. I mean, they're about to eat premiums on the they started eating the premiums already anyway. $602.54 on SPY. Insane. Let's see if there's news.
So apparently, JP Morgan, the world's largest bank, just filed a trademark for what looks like a crypto stable coin called JPMD. Put it up top.
I don't even know what to think about that.
What? Tucker Carlson believes a potential war with Iran could spell the collapse of the U.S. global influence and effectively ending Trump's presidency. Tucker Carlson said this. Wow.
Oh yeah, he's it's not a surprise actually. He's sort of he's
He's
definitely like
drinking
an
But
isolationist
I'm about to say
guy.
nobody
he's
pays
drinking from the
attention to what
fountain.
Tucker Carlson says unless it supports their claim. Like everybody knows that this dude just is liable to utter anything.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Dude, what is this push on SPY?
Good question.
Look at this. Look at this candle. It came down here and just said buy. 602.70. This is wild.
They're just clearing their books before Thursday or before Friday.
QQQ 534.17. Okay, let's see what we're doing here.
This bounce looks bullish as fudge.
Yeah, I don't know where the hell this bounce came from, but
I don't see any news at all.
yeah, me either.
I think it was just that technical sweep of the lows because I think a lot of people are looking at it like us drifting down, created a few lows. So once it went below the other lows, then a lot of people said, "Hey, this looks like it's going further down." And of course, it sweeps the low and takes it higher.
Look at this 15-minute candle. It's like bullish engulfing candle right here on the 15-minute on SPY. NVDA looks heavy.
You see now it hit 60, what was it? Like basically 60-40, and it's trying to decide. It's 60-38.5.
This move on Reddit look like it's got legs, man. Reddit looks like it's clearing a level to where it could go. I mean, first of all, I got 136 as the first level. Then it clears 136, and 150, 160, 140
I,
calls I grabbed earlier up 21%.
I actually think Sun was trading this one maybe 2 weeks ago on the call side, long calls. He might have some levels.
On Reddit, I have 132.18. The first target to the upside, Big Kev. And then that 142.36.
Okay, I like y'all's levels. Here's my Reddit levels. Okay, I got 130.11 is my first level. Then I got 134.80 is the second level up. Next is 134 mid, then 142, 150, then 158.
All right, is this going to be power hour or sour hour?
Thanks, Big Cap. I mean it.
So any other time you say thanks, that mean if you don't say I mean it after, that means you don't mean it.
Yep, exactly what that means. Just playing. No, I'm not.
I mean, the dollar is just Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the dollar is liking the basement.
Yep, it's becoming almost like Zimbabwe, that currency.
Well, it's summertime outside, so it's hot as hell and it's cool in the basement. So I think everyone's moving to the basement.
Just chilling.
even though that was a decent little push you had when it swept the low, I don't like the upside still. I just don't.
You don't like S&P at 23 times and trade wars and physical wars? Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, I think you're putting words in my mouth. I said exactly what I was trying to say, sir. Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Ticker EOSE. It's up 13%.
Oh, would you look at UMAC up over 20% now? God damn. Glad I kept most of my position on that.
Yeah, the gift that keeps on giving.
Another Trump special, right? That's the juniors on the board there or something, right?
Yep.
So
So if you
EU
notice, so
says
if
it.
you know this and you understand this, and you don't believe this market is the biggest Ponzi, something's wrong with you.
Wait, which one's the big Ponzi?
The market, like if you don't like, okay,
Oh
so
yeah,
all you have to do is
yeah.
know that Kushner or Trump Jr. is in any of these shits, and it's just gonna rip or magoo, like right?
Have we never had a president where the like whole family is like really active in business and shit? Have we? I
The
think.
biggest and greatest Ponzi.
Like the Kennedys weren't the Kennedys active in business? Like the whole
Well, they
Kennedy
got they
family?
got rich off bootlegging during Prohibition. I don't know if they were active during his presidency. You know, they were already
Oh,
rich
okay,
as
yeah,
fuck.
you're right. That makes sense. But I mean, aren't his kids already rich as fuck? Or are they
Yeah,
just
they
using
are.
this as the lever
They're
or whatever?
just number go
I
up,
think
man. They just need more, you know.
I think it was just a little less overt. This is just in the news, in your face.
Yeah.
So here's a Butters ticker for you. CRML locks in 120 million LOI from the U.S. EXIM Bank. Critical Metals has secured 120 million non-dilutive funding LOI for the U.S. Import-Export Bank to help kickstart its 10 Breeze rare earth projects in Greenland. 15-year term loan.
Yeah, I remember this one. Man, that thing is, it's like a rocket ship.
Look at SPY again. This back down to 602. SPY 601.90. Oh boy.
What any good trades today?
Did we make any trades today?
No, I was saying any bangers, any like really good ones.
I mean, when the market first opened, a few of us rode the indexes up. It was a nice trade.
Nice.
It was a very nice trade.
Indeed.
Now I have some 531 lottos that hopefully these go in the money and pay me big. QQQ, of course.
SPY is dumping.
Big Cat, did you have a position in this SOC?
No, sir, I do not. One of them that was on my chart that I was watching for a little bit. I never got a position, got sidetracked, and stopped looking at it.
Right.
SPY does not want to give me my level 601.40. It's playing with me.
Locking in profit on my BITX $57 calls, up 45%. Let's go Bitcoin. Thought about the 60s also, but I guess I didn't. Oh, I never got filled on these bitches.
So we're just jumping back into the swing of things here. We did take a nice little long on SPY, put it in the YouTube chat. It was filled at 42 cents, trimmed half at 57. That's a SPY 0DTE call, 602 calls. And the reason why we're taking that is because we were in this falling wedge pattern, we're hitting a parallel channel, nice little 1 minute RSI divergence. You had a huge 1 minute stick to the upside, which took our calls green. Basically, I won't let these calls go against me. My average at 42 cents. I've sold half, break even stop on the remaining contracts. Still think that there's 45 minutes left for a potential little rally to the upside in this market. Yes, a rally to the upside. Really the one thing that could hinder it is just simply Microsoft going a little bit lower, but Tesla's looking coiled. You have the semiconductors still very, very strong, tight consolidation range. So I still think this market is looking very, very strong for some more upside into the end of the day. So I've already taken one little power hour trade with SPY 602 calls, already trimmed at 57 cents. But looking for a potential rally back into the 603. I think we could easily hit the high of this channel again. You can see SPY's chopped in this channel. So the upside of this channel takes us around 603.15, 603.20, just depending on how fast we get there. If there's any stock charts you guys want to take a peek at, let me know. I'm just scanning some things here in the overall markets. Oh, that's that there. Again, Valero continues to be a pretty strong beast. I am looking at some other energy stocks. I've been eyeing up, what was the energy name? Let me go back to XLE. Yes, MPC, Marathon Petroleum, breaking out of a potential daily chart bull flag. It looks very interesting. I'm going to wait to see how oil performs tomorrow. But MPC looks interesting from a long standpoint. So I'm eyeing that name up closely. Let's see what else we have happening. Some of the biggest range gainers. Again, RGC, that's a huge, huge mover. Let's look at some of the high volume names today. NVDA up 2% on the session, still back inside of that upper sloping wedge pattern. Again, ticker NVDA. Still trading inside of an upsloping wedge pattern as seen on the chart here. Looking somewhat bullish, NVIDIA. Back testing and getting a nice bounce off of its 7-day moving average. Just stopped out of those SPY calls at break even on the second half. I will look to rebuy SPY 602 calls around it's risky. We'll just let SPY settle out here. See what it decides it wants to do. AMD still up about 9.4%. Blasting to the upside. Tesla up about 1.15. Palantir up about 3.5. Intel up 2.93%. NVIDIA is starting to come down, so SPY potentially could go through another wave of selling here. Repeat, SPY is on a dangerous little knife edge. If it breaks this little bit of a support, then they'll have some support at these little pivots. QUBT, wow, 24% today. Ford's seeing some volume today. That's up 1.68. QBTS up 4.88. SoFi up 14.86. All right, SPY is about to potentially test support yet again. The trade can work out here, but it's a little bit more risky. I might take a stab at it if we make a little bit of a new lower into the 60160. So get ready for SPY 602 calls. This is going to be the 0 DTE play that I'm interested in yet again. 6020 DT SPY calls. And for whatever you do, please just understand this is a light position if you are to take it. Don't go into anything with size or that you can't afford to lose. Manatee sold oil at 70.50 and currently in the money. Good job, Manatee Orange. Beautiful trade. Alright, I'm going to get ready to take some SPY 602 calls here. Probably only going to take 3 contracts. Whoa! Big spike there on SPY. I did not take a fill. Holy, contracts just went from about 35 cents to 70 cents. 100% wick off of that 1 minute candle. That was insane. I was so close to taking. I was literally tapping my finger, queuing up my order, and oh my goodness, they just absolutely pumped it. Holy, what the heck was that? That was insane. That was crazy wick. What stock popped? Microsoft popped. That's what popped. Wow. Damn, I'm so pissed that I missed that. That was literally coming into our target. I literally had a buy at 601.60. That's what I was waiting for. And the lower that candle was at what? 601.65. So it missed me by about 5 pennies. That's crazy. All right, that trade is off the table. So that's okay though. That is a-okay. That was insane. Wow. That was crazy. Bitcoin has been an absolute monster. Bitcoin has been an absolute monster. If we look at BTC's daily chart, this chart is shaping up for a massive new all-time high surge. We could easily, over the next 3 days, get a 1 bar, a second follow through tomorrow, and then 3 bar surge into a new all-time high. So BTC shaping up for also an inverse head and shoulders on the daily chart. I repeat, inverse head and shoulders on the daily chart is shaping up for BTC. And that would signify a potential upside move on BTC all the way to about 120,000. We are long MSTR calls, but surprisingly enough, MSTR has been lagging immensely. And I've been so tempted to actually add to my MSTR calls, but they've just been lagging. I mean, Coinbase is performing exceptionally well, but MSTR just does not want to firm up and catch a bid. I'm so shocked. Let's look at SPY is now starting to come back down again after that huge wick to the upside. But we'll just continue to scan some charts here. IWM hitting support. Apple holding inside bar bearish consolidation. AI is doing okay. CoreWeave, a nice move up on CoreWeave. First Solar, kind of every which way, up, down, all around, bouncing off of the lows, but still down in the session. Gold today taking a nice hit. If we look at the gold chart, that's a really, really big bearish engulfing candle that is forming on GOLD. Hershey back testing its previous little neckline breakout, looking like it's still a strong chart. ICLR, this one's going to be another strong mover in the coming sessions, guys. We're still holding long on ICLR. We're up 11.7%. We haven't trimmed this position. I like for a move to 176. That is my bigger upside target. In the near term, I could see us challenging this 163 gap probably within the next month. Okay. MRK, I still like MRK on the long side, it's just backing and filling, still holding potentially a bull flag. Natural gas, obviously that's trying to break out of this 385 level. Still hasn't recaptured the bullish level, but it's trying. It's trying to firm up here. Netflix 1223 on the charts. That one is still going through a bit of distribution, and it can still have one more move higher into the 1300 level. NVDA obviously super, super strong. SMCI, this one's up nicely on the session at the high of this consolidation range. Looks like it wants to potentially break out momentarily. Tesla also forming a bit of an inverse head and shoulders in the 4-hour, 1-hour chart. If this breaks out of this downsloping neckline, this could have an astonishing move up to the high side of 404 on TSLA. I'm very tempted to buy Tesla calls, but I think that they may dip us into this gap fill and then you get a nice buy. So if we dip into that gap at 325, that's where I'd likely take some farther dated call positions on Tesla. So I'm watching TSLA quite closely, so to speak. XYZ today, so blocks still having a really solid day, up 5.57%, trading at 65 bucks. I still have target 167, 71, and then 76. Oracle shaking out a little bit of bulls at the top here, down about 2.2% on the session. It still has some room to come down in my opinion. I still think that this could be a weekly sweep of this high pivot, and I think we could actually sell off for pretty much this entire week on Oracle. FedEx looking quite nice. You're getting a nice curling up in price action. You've got that bullish cross a few days ago of the 7 and 20. I'm still very bullish on FedEx, at least into this gap fill. Verizon not looking too good. This one's having a bit of a bearish, a failed breakout attempt. Looking to really, really breach support here. It's back testing a little bit of an entry zone here. A major liquidity gap. That's really the only support that I see on Verizon. If it doesn't bounce here over the next couple days, this one could go lower, which is unfortunate. CTRA, that's still holding that high pivot. NCLH, another bullish swing position that we've been accumulating. We bought a whole bunch more calls on Friday. That's bouncing quite nicely. Roblox is one that I'm actually bearish on. We entered put options today. Basically, this is just still trending near the highs of the session and getting a little bit of a negative divergence. SPY's starting to wick all the crazy price action here, but we'll see. Copart fading yet again, making new lows on the session. OKTA finding a little bit of support. I still like it better for a swing trade at the gap fill. CLX, that one's trying to find some support. This is more of a long-term investment. I think Clorox is into a very, very good area for the long side, both as a swing trade and a long-term investment. Very, very big technical level for CLX on the daily and the weekly chart. We're just going to go through a couple other things here. Silver still holding above the daily chart, looking like it wants to press a bit higher. But obviously with gold under pressure, we just got to be mindful that silver can also go through a bit of sell side pressure if it starts to follow suit with gold. All right, let's look at Microsoft daily, making another peekaboo all-time high, coming in a touch, still green on the session. Meta is a strong horse today. That's up 2.74% on the daily chart. SPY is starting to lag a little bit. Let's look at regional banks on the daily chart. Regional banks look like a bit of a short setup. Their chart is looking fairly bearish right now. I'd wait for another couple days to see how this shapes up. Lululemon finally starting to bounce just a little bit off of support, still very, very beaten down. Crude oil down about 2.27%. Crude oil is just digesting that rather large move that it had. I still think crude oil is going to test the high pivot of 74.40 around that zone. Vale catching a nice bid today. Ticker RIG down a little bit. Roku obviously in breakout, on watch for a breakout, so that name is still strong. Let's look at Adobe. Adobe's actually performing very, very well. Let's look at Pan W today. Pan W just consolidating on the daily. Alibaba getting a nice bid today. Eli Lilly still staying firm. Boeing trading at 201.62, still digesting that little drop it had. Ticker Snapchat. Nothing really that I see there. Datadog still a strong chart. JP Morgan still pushing near the highs of its session. SPY's curling down slightly. Monster, that's still trying to push up. Jets continuing to bounce. PWR, that's coming in. Wow, this Stone Cold is up 9.23%. Look at this breakout chart on Brazil stock Stone Cold. Classic bull flag. Holy, this thing is a monster. Triggering inverse head and shoulders. You could see an upside target of 2110. That's crazy. So keep this name on watch. Any sort of a back test into this 1450 zone, I think is a buy. We may not get it, but I definitely want to go long off of a back test. King's doing very, very well. A nice tight bull flag right at the top of its wedge pattern. This looks staged for a bit of a breakout. DKNG does look staged for a breakout. Chegg moving. Look at ALB, that's coming down. Costco looks weak. Costco next support is around 969 and change. Walmart struggling as well. O'Reilly Automotive breaking down on the daily chart. Not looking too good. Look at Ulta. Yeah, Ulta's still strong. Strong. Let's look at TJX for a short. That name's coming down. Caterpillar still a very strong chart. We might get another SPY trade here. If we can backtest this previous little low around 601.60, we might get another SPY trade. Again, the time is not our friend right now, but I'd consider taking one. So keep 602 calls on watch. The last 30 minutes here, I am potentially entering a SPY long. New core looks interesting for a swing trade long, guys. New core. Keep that on watch. STLD. That looks interesting. Let's keep scrolling through. See if there's any other trade setups on the swing trade side. Maybe day trade. Likely not a day trade. 20 minutes left. You can see Apple's trying to make another break to the high side. Apple looking somewhat interesting. SPY still trying to curl to the upside here into the close. Very solid day for the major indices. Let's move into the close from the S&P 500. A really nice move. One ticker that I think can pop off of this bull flag is this AISP. Chipotle making a really nice move. Chipotle Mexican Grill, CMG. Obviously, nuclear stocks are all the buzz right now. They're powering up. Uber doing okay, up 1.6. Humana. That was a nice little fill on Humana. HUMA. Oh, triple D. Hmm. Surge on the Las Vegas Sands, LVS. Beautiful. Beautiful surge there. Marijuana stocks are under a bit of pressure. Let's look at BHP. Cloudflare Net back to the highs. This is a beautiful short. I would consider shorting Net again at with some put options if we make a new high. Between 183 to 186 is where I think Net can bounce to. A lot of crazy price action here on the 1 minute time frame on SPY. A lot of crazy price action here. Look at these big moves up, big moves down. Very, very whippy, snippy, and wild. SPY is closing off of the highs, but it's still a good session to be long. We didn't trade too many tickers on the day trade front today. Our SPY 602 puts, although we took some pretty bad entries off of the open, the market stayed a little bit firm. The 0 DTEs did go in profit for us slightly. I took about 80 cents a con, so 6 cents a con of profit. And we did take a little bit of a call position off of this low here, which banked a nice win. I was looking to enter on the call side over here, but that bounced before we could. Just really one new swing trade on the books for members. Well, actually 2 alerts for members, but 1 new position. Scrolling through some final charts here into the close. A lot of names are still looking exceptionally strong and bullish. Meta again appears to be wanting to break out. On the high side, bank stocks are looking somewhat decent. Semiconductors are all the buzz right now. Home Depot looking fairly bearish. That's a day trade tomorrow. If Home Depot, guys, can flush and have a 3-bar surge right into these gap fills, there's 2 previous gap fills here. I would love to see a 3-bar surge down on Home Depot into the 346 zone. That would be clinical day trading opportunity tomorrow. Nice potential breakout trying to form on Pinterest, PINS. It's looking interesting. Nike trying to firm up. GME should go lower. Micron trading very, very high. BMY backtesting its 20-day moving, and that could be an entry. Ticker BMY, Bristol Myers. That could be the right shoulder pivot of an inverse head and shoulders, so I'll keep that on my watch. Carvana doing poorly today. Big bounce on American Airline. Wow, look at that tail candle on HCA. Didn't even see that. Dividend payout, sell off down to 350-ish. Boom, wow. It looks still bearish, that chart on HCA. CYN, EVOG, Upstart trying to hold its key breakout zone. Interesting. Spotify briefly making a new all-time high there and getting closed back in. This one could be setting up for a short if it turns out to be a weekly failed breakout. Still a very extended chart. Keep that one on the back burner. Valero, I think, is a stunning breakout. Very bullish Valero, already up on our 140 calls. See if we can get some more momentum in that name. OKTA, Ambarella, Cannabix Technologies, First Solar. Enphase doesn't look bad. That's trying to play catch up to First Solar. Bullish cross on the daily, breakout of this down sloping trend line. Not too bad. For a long-term position, Look at this end face chart. It's just absolutely beaten down. It's trying to break out of this massive falling wedge pattern on the weekly chart. Very interesting. I'm going to keep that one on watch as well, maybe for farther dated call position. Sometime next year, $100 calls maybe. We'll keep that open. Yeah, look at this ICLN ETF. It's trying to firm up itself. Yeah, you can really see this ICLN solar stocks, clean energy. It's got room till about 14 bucks. So likely it's going higher. Thermo Fisher's one that's going through a bit of a basing formation, a stage 1 basing formation. I do like it in terms of a risk to reward setup, TMO, for a swing trade. It looks pretty much ready to almost rock and roll to the upside here. This could have been the dip today to buy, but that looks strong. ADP breaking down a little bit. Boeing still just consolidating, working that news out. Kraft Heinz ketchup. Wow. Looks like we're going lower. Depending on which pivot you use it from. You're at a very interesting level on a risk to reward basis. Potentially one more flush on the daily to pierce this channel. 3-bar surge on the daily to a low would look good. Ticker KHC looks interesting. Davison coming down. LGN. SMCI taking a bit of a breather intraday. Look at ARC. ARC is flying. ARC is flying. Wow. Today my energy levels have been feeling off. I think I got a little bit of sunstroke yesterday, being out on the water on the boat fishing. I think the sun took it out of me. I should be better tomorrow. Definitely got burnt legs. But it's worth it being out there. SPY dipping here into the close. SPY is dipping into the close. We're seeing some market weakness in the major indices. Let's look at SPY here into the close. Again on the 1-minute time frame. It is starting to dip. You can see a prior day high still being defended on SPY. Prior day high. Big bounce off of that zone. Huge mega bounce. Wow, 601.85 to 602.55. Holy, what a strong bounce there into the close. All right, guys, that's a wrap. Very, very strong session for the markets. Thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you on the charts tomorrow.